Chapter 2309. A one-on-one battle had suddenly turned into a group battle. The scene had changed a little too quickly. Longman could have easily killed the enemy, but he didn't kill them. Instead, he let the others go. This approach was a little strange. Xiao-Qi and the other three, who had been very worried about Ziqin, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw these people rush forward. They weren't stupid. They knew that any change in expression at this moment might change the outcome of the battle. Therefore, they still looked very worried, but they were very happy in their hearts. The four of them knew very well that these people couldn't do anything to Ziqin. If all of them went forward, they would all die. After all of them were killed, the five of them might have a chance of killing Longman if they joined forces. The seemingly dangerous situation had taken a turn for the better because of Longman's decision to wave his hand. Ziqin stood on the spot without moving. He just put his left hand on his waist. Most people didn't notice this subtle movement. Even if they did, they wouldn't care at all. Xiangxian and the others knew very well what was on Ziqin's waist, so they quietly waited for a miracle to happen. A miracle, it was indeed a miracle. Longman still had a disdainful smile on his face, as if he could already see Ziqin being hacked to death. These people held their weapons and rushed toward Ziqin. They were getting faster and faster, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Qi, seeing that the attacks were about to land on Ziqin crushed the gourd on his waist. The three-colored, poisonous fog emerged and instantly filled the entire place, enveloping everyone. Yeah. The injured Tang Pu clenched his fists and shouted at the spreading, three-colored, poisonous fog with an excited expression. Xiangxian and the other two were also excited. The three-colored poisonous fog was known to be highly toxic. Anyone who came into contact with it would die. This was Ziqin's secret, and it was also Ziqin's strongest means and reliance. At this moment, the three-colored poisonous fog had already enveloped everyone. It was obvious that these people had no chance of surviving. Just as the four of them were completely relaxed, they suddenly heard Longman's faint voice from not far away. Yeah, do you think this scene looks very exciting? The four of them turned around and looked at Longman, who appeared to be too calm in surprise. Isn't that so? That's the three-colored poison mist. One will die upon contact. Xiao-Qi looked at Longman and said, but for some reason, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. To think that you're the leader of the fourth demon hunter cultivator. You're simply an idiot. We're here to kill that guy. Do you think we wouldn't be prepared and know nothing about him? Longman looked at Xiao-Qi and smiled sarcastically. When you didn't know him, I already had a comprehensive understanding of him, including his extreme speed ability, all his methods, and even the scene when he awakened his ability. I know it all. What can we do even if we know? If we don't have an antidote for this tricolored poison mist, we'll die as soon as we touch it, Tom said in a deep voice. If it was any other three-colored poisonous fog, it would indeed be troublesome. But it's a pity that this was done by a bear like you. When you bought the tricolor poison mist, I had already bought the matching antidote. You're waiting to join forces with him to kill the pseudo-divine beast. But you don't know that we've been waiting for this day for a long time. Hearing this, Xiangxian's face instantly turned pale, and she cried out involuntarily. Doesn't that mean Ziqin, That's right, the tricolor poison mist he created now not only can't save him, but it will also become his grave. While speaking, Longman looked at the tricolor poison mist. Xiao-Qi and the other three covered their noses and retreated a distance. They began to worry about Ziqin, who was in the poison mist. They thought that they could turn things around with confidence, but who knew that it would turn out like this? After so many twists and turns, they didn't know if Ziqin could still resolve the crisis. Puff! At this moment, such a sound rang out in the poison mist. This was obviously the sound of a weapon cutting through flesh, but it was unknown who broke whose defense. Puff! Immediately after, another soft sound rang out. The poison mist was still spreading, and no one could see what was happening in the poison mist. Even the people in the poison mist couldn't see the things around them clearly. Although they couldn't see the surroundings clearly, it was still very easy for these aptitude users to see and kill a person. All the aptitude users who entered the poison mist had a specially configured detoxification pill in their mouth. They came forward to kill Zichin, and also to let Zichun release the tricolor poison mist. However, the scene in front of them seemed to be different from what they expected. Just as they swallowed the detoxification pill and ignored the tricolor poison mist, Zichin disappeared from their sight. "Over there!" Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out, and everyone saw a black shadow flash from somewhere, bringing with it a strong wind that blew away some of the tricolor poison mist. Everyone rushed forward in an instant, but just after a few steps, they heard a puff sound. "How is it? Did you kill him?" In the tricolor poison mist, a voice rang out. After that, there was silence. Obviously, there was no silence. "Over there!" Another voice rang out, followed by the sound of a weapon tearing through the space. Puff! During this time, another clear sound rang out, followed by a bang sound, which should be the sound of a dead person's body hitting the ground. "Who did it? Who is it?" A questioning voice rang out from the tricolor poison mist, but this time no one answered. Puff! 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 This time there were 3 such voices coming from inside, followed by the sound of 3 people collapsing. Outside, listening to these sounds, Longman, who had a very calm expression, suddenly frowned. It seemed that the development of the matter was somewhat beyond his expectations, and the nervous 4 people inevitably felt joy in their hearts when they heard such sounds. "What's going on? Quickly kill him." Longman, who was a little impatient from waiting, said in a deep voice. What answered him was 2 puff, puff sounds. The tricolor poison mist did not dissipate, and no one knew what was happening inside. At this moment, Zi-chan was standing in the poison mist, staring at the poison mist as if he could see through the poison mist. Swoosh! A long sword pierced through the poison mist and stabbed towards Zi-chen's back. Zi-chen's figure flashed like a ghost, and in an instant he circled around and appeared behind the person holding the sword, and the broken sword in his hand swept across the person's neck. The aptitude user's eyes were wide open, and he fell down just like that. If one were to check the corpses now, they would find that the way they died seemed to be the same. Everyone's eyes were wide open, as if they saw a ghost before they died, and they died with their eyes wide open. When an aptitude user walked through the poison mist, he saw the corpses under his feet. His heart became heavy, and cold sweat almost drenched his whole body. Listening to the occasional puff sounds in his ears, and thinking of his companions falling down one by one, he felt great pressure, and every step was difficult. Suddenly, a scream came out from the tricolor poison mist. This should be the first scream since the poison mist appeared. After this scream, there were no other sounds, which made the aptitude user even more terrified. At this moment, the pressure of death overcame his fear of Longman. He no longer thought about Longman's order and turned around to escape. At this moment, he felt a strong wind blowing, and then he saw a pair of cold eyes in front of him, staring at him. "Go to hell!" he shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand slashed forward. Swoosh! The broken sword cut through a cloud of tricolor poison mist, but there was no sound of cutting into flesh. The pair of eyes disappeared, and the aptitude user took a few steps back in fear. At this moment, not far from him, there was the sound of a weapon cutting through flesh, and another aptitude user died. Death was so close to him, but he couldn't even see the enemy's shadow. The aptitude user almost collapsed, and he couldn't care about anything else. He rushed forward, wanting to rush out of the poison mist. However, when he was about to reach the edge of the poison mist, he saw the pair of eyes looking directly at him again. He was terrified, and when he swung his sword, he also nervously stepped back, and the long sword in his hand kept slashing. A large area of tricolor poison mist was cut apart, but there was still no sign of Zichen. In another direction, another companion fell. Just like this, the aptitude user rushed out 4 times, but he didn't succeed. Every time he met the pair of eyes, he was scared and stepped back in fear. In the 4 times he rushed out, 4 of his companions were killed. As time passed, the tricolor poison mist gradually began to dissipate, and the aptitude user became more and more terrified. When he met the pair of eyes for the 5th time, he completely collapsed. "Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell!" He kept roaring, and the long sword in his hand slashed forward. It was a series of random slashes, without the slightest order. And just as he was slashing wildly, a person stood behind him, quietly looking at him. This person's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in blood. His face was very clean, and he looked young and handsome. Behind him, on his back, there were pairs of wings. There were a total of 5 pairs of wings, and they were gently flapping. After slashing wildly, the aptitude user seemed to have noticed something unusual behind him. He put away his sword and slowly turned his head, and saw the face that still looked somewhat handsome in the dark night. "You." The aptitude user saw Zichen, and his expression instantly became ferocious. The long sword in his hand was raised, and he was about to slash at Zichen. A bright black sword light was first aimed at the aptitude user's neck. Before he died, the aptitude user saw the indifferent expression on Zichen's face and the wings that appeared on his back. At the moment when his life disappeared, he seemed to see Zichen using these wings to appear in front of him several times, scaring him off several times. Then he quickly went to the other companions and killed them who also wanted to escape from the tricolor poison mist. What happened before was not an illusion, but an illusion created by his eyes because his opponent's speed was too fast. This speed was undoubtedly much faster than a level 2 longman. Chapter 2310. The scene of the tricolored, poisonous fog dissipating was somewhat unbearable to watch. Of course, this was only for Langman looking at Zichen, who was still alive and doing quite well. Langman's expression became extremely gloomy. In contrast to Longman, the eyes of Xiangxian and the other 3 began to light up when they saw this scene, and they became very excited. The original impossibility seemed to have become a possibility at this moment. "How did you do it?" Longman, with a gloomy face, looked at Zichen and asked in a deep voice. He was not the only one who wanted to know the answer to this question. Xiangxian and the other 3 also wanted to know the answer. These people had detoxification pills, and the tricolored poisonous fog was ineffective on them. So how did Zichen kill them? You'll know later. Zichen held the broken saber and walked forward step by step. The heavenly thunder wings that appeared on his back earlier had disappeared when the tricolored, poisonous fog dissipated. Longman's heart was bleeding as she watched Zichen walk over and the people who had fallen on the ground. Although he could get a generous reward as long as he killed Zichen, and even the rewards of these dead people would belong to him, compared to the loss of these people, those rewards could not make up for it at all. These people could die at any time, and they could die at any time, but that was only if he wanted them to die. But now, it was obviously not the time for them to seek the greatest benefit for him at the cost of their lives. In his eyes, killing intent burst out. No matter the result of today's transaction, he would lose out. Zichen moved forward slowly, adjusting his breath as he moved forward. He had just used the heavenly thunder wings to kill so many people, and he had consumed a lot of energy. As he moved forward, his breathing gradually adjusted. The continuous battles made his head gradually swell, as if something was about to rush out, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Now that he was facing a strong enemy, Longman, he could only dispel this discomfort and kill Longman first. Xiangxian and the others also came in this direction. Judging from their expressions, It seemed that they wanted to join forces with Zi-Chin to fight against Longman. "All of you back off. I'll fight this battle myself," Zi-Chin, who was moving forward, said in a deep voice. His words carried an indisputable meaning. He had a deep understanding of Longman's strength. These people would only be courting death if they rushed forward rashly. The 4 people did not stop. At this moment, they showed a strong fighting will and showed that they were not afraid of death, because they knew very well that only by joining forces would they have a chance of survival. Seeing that the 4 people did not stop, Zi-Chen had to speed up. His footsteps changed, and 9 fleeting thunderbolts appeared once more. Due to his injuries, his speed was slightly slower than before. Seeing Zi-Chen in this state, Lang Manyao smiled coldly and rushed toward Zi-Chen. He clenched his fist and punched at Zi-Chen's head. From the point of view of Xiang Xian and the others, one was like a ray of light while the other was like a shadow rapidly approaching. In the next moment they would collide. Buzz! However, just as the two were about to collide, Zi-Chen's body suddenly shone with an intense light. The light illuminated the dark night, and Zi-Chen's figure paused for a moment in the light. Then he accelerated in an instant. The burst of speed in that instant was several times faster than before. Puff! With a soft sound, Zi-Chen, who had turned into a ray of light, arrived behind Longman. Longman, who was leaving after images, steadied himself after taking a few steps forward. Xiang Xian and the other 3 were stunned by this sudden scene. They subconsciously stopped in their tracks, and then their gazes turned towards Zi-Chen. In front of them, Zi-Chen stood with his back facing Longman. This time, however, there were pairs of wings on his back. On those wings, there would be flashes of light from time to time. The light moved like electric snakes. Such a strange pair of wings appeared on Zi-Chen's body, which surprised the 4 people. Moreover, the speed that Zi-Chen burst out in an instant just now was indeed ridiculously fast. They shifted their gaze to Longman. They saw that Longman's night clothes had been completely cut down the middle. There was a long knife mark on his chest, and blood was overflowing along the knife mark. The most surprising thing was that Longman's right hand, which was the hand he had clenched into a fist, was now left with only his arm. His fist had been cut off from the wrist and fell to the place where the 2 had just collided. Obviously, this was the effect of Zi-Chen's slash. Longman's right hand had neutralized too much of the slash's power. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the knife mark on his chest, but his entire body would have been cut open by the broken knife. After advancing to a second-level hunter, not only would one's strength increase a lot, but one's physical body would also become stronger. In this confrontation, Longman lost his right hand, and Zi-Chen had the absolute upper hand. His chances of winning were greater. Xiang Xian and the others saw this, which was why they didn't continue to move forward. After losing an arm, Longman wasn't as angry as they imagined. He didn't show any hysterical or exasperated look. Even the murderous intent in his eyes was disappearing little by little. However, his eyes became colder and colder, and there was still calmness in that coldness. Zi-Chen's change today was far beyond his expectations. He knew that this would be a difficult battle, and he couldn't be careless at all. He slowly turned around, ignoring the bleeding arm and the wound. He looked at Zi-Chen and said, "You should be proud to be able to force me to this extent." Zi-Chen turned around. After seeing Longman's calm expression at the moment, he became even more fearful of him. He held his sword in front of him and didn't say a word. Even a powerful second-level hunter would still die from excessive blood loss in this world. He wouldn't give Longman time to heal, so the longer this dragged on, the more powerful it would be for him. He could even conclude that Longman's death was a foregone conclusion. What he had to do now was to guard against Longman's counterattack before his death. Without needing Zi-Chen's signal, Xiang Xian and the others who had been on the battlefield for a long time began to retreat tactfully. With the speed that Zi-Chen had shown, he was already in an invincible position. Longman, who was about to counterattack before his death, would most likely drag them down with him. Zichen didn't say a word. The thunder wings on his back trembled slightly, guarding against any unforeseen circumstances that might occur at any time. Longman's left hand tore off the rest of the night clothes on his body. He then put it on his waist and pulled out a sword from it. It was a soft sword that was completely wrapped around his waist. This kind of sword was rare in this world. The sword was as nimble as a snake, reflecting a cold light in the dark night. I don't have much time left, but you're not much better off. You've used up a lot of energy in the battle with the two-headed tiger, and you've also used up a lot of energy in the three-colored poison mist. That attack just now should be the strongest and fastest you can burst out with, right? Longman's words were still calm, and his expression was still as calm as ever as blood gushed out from his body. That's right. My condition is not good, but killing you is not a problem. Zichen replied in a low voice. In this kind of life-or-death situation, there was no point in hiding. Then come. Longman began to rush forward. As a second-level hunter, he fully unleashed his speed and potential at this moment. As he rushed forward, he left behind more afterimages. His speed was much faster than before. Zichen didn't choose to dodge. Facing Longman in this condition, dodging would only make him more passive. Now he could only continue to rush forward and block Longman's desperate attacks. Swoosh! The heavenly thunder wings flapped, and Zichen displayed his extreme speed again. However, the continuous consumption and the increasingly serious injuries caused his extreme speed to be greatly reduced at this moment. He couldn't even compare to Longman's speed when he overdrew his life force. Clang! In this extremely fast exchange, the sword and the saber met, and the sound of vibration was heard. Zichen didn't feel a strong force from the soft sword. Instead, he saw the soft sword wrap around the saber like a poisonous snake, and then extended towards his arm. Puff! The tip of the sword instantly pierced Zichen's arm. It was like being bitten by a poisonous snake. Zichen's arm that was holding the broken saber exerted force, and his body began to retreat. The soft sword unraveled layer by layer. Longman rushed forward again. At a speed faster than Zichen, he arrived in front of Zichen and stabbed the sword towards Zichen's heart. This time, the soft sword didn't vibrate anymore. It was as straight as a spear. Zichen's body bent backward, and the soft sword brushed past his face. Just as he was about to dodge the attack, he saw the tip of the sword suddenly vibrate again and slanted downwards, going straight for his glabella. Swoosh! The thunder wings flapped, and Zichen rolled sideways, preparing to dodge the sure-kill attack. However, his speed was slower than the tip of the sword. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce through his glabella, the tip of the sword suddenly paused, and Zichen took the opportunity to dodge. In the distance, Xiangxian's bright eyes instantly dimmed. Then she coughed out blood as she suffered a backlash. Her vision turned black as she fainted. Damn it! The calm Longman's eyes flashed with anger when he saw his sure-kill attack being resolved just like that. With Xiangxian's help, he dodged the attack. Just as Zichen stood up, he saw a kick towards his chest. The powerful force instantly snapped several of Zichen's ribs as his body flew backwards. With his ribs broken and his organs shaken, Zichen coughed out blood again. At that moment, his entire body was in pain, but the most painful part wasn't his injuries, but his head. This was also the main reason why his speed, which was known as the world's fastest, was suppressed. Otherwise, the world's fastest speed wouldn't be so weak. The throbbing pain made Zichen unable to fight with all his strength. After his body fell to the ground, he held his head and spun a few times before rolling away. As a level 2 hunter, Longman's observation skills were extremely sharp. He had already noticed that Zichen's current state wasn't right. This was definitely the best opportunity to kill Zichen. Therefore, he charged forward without hesitation, slashing down with his sword again and again. The wounds on Zi Chen's body increased, and his headache became more intense, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Uft, uft. Sword scars appeared on Zi Chen's body. If it wasn't for his extreme speed, he would have been killed by the flexible sword. Damn it, what the hell is this? Are you trying to kill me? Holding his head, Zi Chen, who could only dodge, cursed angrily. The pain had reached his limit. If it wasn't for the fact that he was on a life and death battlefield, Zi Chen would have fainted long ago. With the threat of death still present, Zi Chen didn't dare to faint. He didn't know if it was because of his cursing or if the pain had reached its limit, but after the intense pain, the pain dissipated like a tide. Chapter 23:11. The previous world had been a blur to Zi Chen. He had only vaguely sensed some sort of danger. However, after the intense pain, Zi Chen's perception of this world became clear. It was as if many sensory tentacles had extended from his mind and fed back everything they sensed into his mind. In Zi Chen's mind, another three-dimensional image was formed. For example, right now, he could sense that the sword that was coming at him at an extremely fast speed was piercing towards his head. This sword seemed to be very fast to the outside world, but in Zi Chen's perception, this sword was traceable. With a thought, he dodged the attack. Unlike when he had dodged earlier, Zi Chen didn't even use his eyes to look as he dodged. Then, Longman quickly thrusted his sword over. Zi Chen still didn't use his eyes to look, but he easily dodged it. His perception of the world had changed, and it seemed as if his body had undergone an indescribable change. Even though he was seriously injured, his reaction was still very fast. The current situation was very strange. Although he could see everything around him without using his eyes, it was similar to having spiritual thoughts and spiritual power in the outside world. However, in this world, this was an awakening of an ability. It didn't come from any cultivation techniques, but from Zi Chen's own soul. As a perfect soul, he had finally awakened this ability thanks to the nourishment of a sacred source fluid. The awakening of this ability didn't just allow him to sense his surroundings. It also seemed to have another meaning of control. This feeling of control seemed to be telling Zi Chen that he had to choose something to control. Zi Chen tried to control other things in his surroundings that he could sense, such as the parts left behind by the mechanical black bear or the sharp flowers and plants. However, he realized that it was useless. Controlling the broken blade was also useless. The heavenly thunder wings didn't require any control either. This ability seemed superfluous at the moment. Longman's attack was still ongoing. As his life force flowed away, he became even more desperate. This was a true battle to the death. It was a true challenge to the limits. At this moment, even Zi Chen, who had undergone some sort of metamorphosis, found it increasingly difficult to dodge. Now he only had two choices. One was to quickly find a way to break the situation, and the other was to persevere until Longman fell first. The latter was not very reliable, but the former seemed to be possible after Zi Chen suddenly awakened his ability. Thoughts related to control kept appearing in his mind. Just as Zi Chen didn't know what to control to break out of this situation, something suddenly appeared in Zi Chen's mind. When this thing appeared, Zi Chen felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. Although he didn't know what to control, Zi Chen instantly understood what he had to do. It was as if he was supposed to control this thing after awakening this ability. After retreating, Zi Chen's eyes could see things clearly again. He looked at Longman, who was gradually going crazy. He threw away the broken blade in his hand and slowly extended his right hand. Based on this action, it seemed like he was asking for something from Longman, who was charging forward. A bright light appeared in Zi Chen's palm and turned into a small blade. The small blade was no bigger than a palm and as thin as a cicada's wing. When it appeared, it radiated a brilliant light. However, when it was fully formed, it returned to its original simplicity. The four people watching the battle in the distance watched this scene in surprise. First it was the strange wings. Now it was the strange small blade. They wondered how many more strange things Zi-Chin had on him. Longman also saw Zi-Chan abandon the broken blade and take out such a small blade. However, he didn't have much life force left, so he didn't have time to think carefully. Therefore, he rushed forward without hesitation, wanting to kill Zi-Chin directly. The four people in the distance stared closely at the small blade in Zi-Chen's hand. They were all guessing whether this small blade could change Zi-Chen's current situation. Under their gazes, Zi-Chen pinched the small blade in his hand with his fingers, exerted force with his wrist, and threw the small blade at Longman. The small blade was so fast that it moved forward with a whoosh. However, it brushed past Longman's cheek and didn't kill him. "It's over." Seeing this scene, the four people sighed in disappointment and threw away the large blade. The small blade didn't kill the enemy, and at this moment, Zi-Chan had retreated to a huge rock. There was no way out. Now, even if they wanted to rescue him, it was too late. They could only mourn for Zi-Chan in their hearts and pray for a miracle. Go to hell! Longman rushed to Zi-Chen's side, who had nowhere to retreat. Without much nonsense, the soft sword in his hand straightened and directly aimed at Zi-Chen's glabella. "You're the one who should die." Looking at the soft sword coming at him, Zi-Chen looked at Longman calmly and said. As Zi-Chen's voice fell, a sharp whistling sound came from the distance. For some reason, the small blade that had just been thrown didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it turned in midair and then turned back. This time, the speed of his return was much faster than before. It was like a streak of black light. Puff! Unsurprisingly, before the soft sword could pierce Zi-Chen's glabella, the small blade pierced through the back of Longman's head first. Longman's attack stopped, and his ferocious expression froze. The soft sword trembled like a spirit snake 3 inches in front of his glabella, but didn't move forward. His vitality was quickly draining away. The battle was over. Zi-Chan leaned against the big rock, gasping for breath. This battle was really dangerous, and he almost died here. At this moment, his body was already full of scars. Xiang Xian and the other 3 rushed over from afar. Today's battle had been full of twists and turns and all kinds of dangers. The result was even more unexpected. Previously, they had predicted that Zi-Chan would rely on the 3-colored poison mist to eliminate the others, and then join forces with them. If they were lucky, perhaps 1 or 2 of the 5 would survive. If they were unlucky, then all of them would die. However, before their eyes, Zi-Chen had single-handedly annihilated all of them using a myriad of methods. This caused them to be both surprised and delighted. Of course, Zi-Chen had also paid a heavy price for this. His injuries had become very serious, and the others were very worried. "I'm fine," Zi-Chen weakly said as he leaned against the big rock. Besides his clean face, the rest of his body was either covered in wounds or blood. He looked very miserable. "Hurry up and drink it." Xiao Qi quickly came forward and took out a jade bottle. She poured out a drop of sacred origin liquid and handed it to Zi-Chen, indicating that he should drink it. "This is sacred origin liquid." "Of course I know. It's very effective for healing." Seeing that Zi-Chen was about to refuse, Xiao Qi said, "Don't refuse. This should be your spoils of war. If I'm not wrong, Longman should have quite a bit of this sacred origin liquid on him. Using a drop now is nothing. Naturally, a second-rank hunter would have some sacred source fluid on him. It was acceptable for him to waste a drop to heal himself." Zi-Chen nodded and swallowed it. After entering his stomach, the sacred source fluid began to release energy. This energy naturally circulated throughout his body and began to heal his injuries. While Zi-Chan was healing, Xiang Xian began to clean up the battlefield. As a woman, she was more meticulous than others. As for Xiao Jin, he stood beside Zi-Chen, protecting Zi-Chen as he healed. Tang Pu, who had nothing to do, suddenly remembered that Zichen had thrown away the broken blade and scabbard during the battle earlier. Hence, he began to search. Xiao-Qi, who had put away the jade bottle, also joined the group, cleaning up the battlefield. When the sky was about to brighten, Zichen opened his eyes and swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. His injuries were already under effective control and were gradually improving. He believed that he would make a full recovery in a few days. When Zichen opened his eyes and saw the four of them sizing him up, he asked in astonishment, "Is there something on my face?" Ignoring Zichen's teasing, Tang Pu looked at Zichen and said excitedly, "Zichen, you've struck gold!" Struck gold? Zichen was taken aback. He did not understand what Tang Pu meant. You killed Longman when you were injured. If you were at your peak, killing Longman would definitely be a piece of cake. Zichen, you're now a powerful second-level hunter. We found quite a bit of sacred origin liquid in this battle. You've struck gold, Tang Pu said excitedly. With Zichen's current strength, he was indeed equivalent to a second-level hunter. Moreover, he believed that if he had met Longman at his peak, the battle would not have been so difficult. Even second-level hunters were divided into strong and weak. He was definitely stronger than Longman. Zichen nodded and said, I also believe that even if I'm not a second-level hunter, I have the strength of a second-level hunter. As for striking gold, I'm not the only one who struck gold. We're the ones who struck gold. What do you mean? Tang Pu was stunned. Since they're spoils of war, of course they belong to everyone. How can I be the only one who struck gold? Zichen smiled. Zichen, that's not the same. That's a separate matter. We're already embarrassed to share the two-headed tiger. You were the one who killed these people. If you take these resources, we'll feel bad, Xiao-Qi hurriedly said. There's nothing to feel bad about. At most, I'll take 50% of the profits, and the four of you will split the rest. It was not that Zichen did not want to share more with everyone, but he could already tell that they might not be willing to accept 50%. Zichen waved his hand, indicating that they should stop talking. Suddenly, he saw a small knife that had fallen to the side. This small knife was the lightning blade manipulation knife. That unknown senior had spent a lot of resources to forge it. It was definitely one of the best among the heaven-grade weapons. Moreover, there was a knife spirit in this small knife. However, just like the broken knife, the knife spirit had mysteriously disappeared after coming to this world. Or rather, it had been sealed. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the small knife, a mottled rust appeared on it. It was as if it had been there for thousands of years, and the rust was still spreading. Chapter 23:12. Zichen's expression became very nervous when he saw that the knife had suddenly decayed. Xiao-Qi sized up the knife and said after a moment, This shouldn't be something that belongs to this world, right? Zichen nodded and said, This is something that belongs to me. I brought it from the world I came from. That's right. For this to happen, it can only mean that the quality of this knife is still a little low. It can withstand the erosion of time for the time being, but it will dissipate soon. This world had its own independent rules and didn't recognize things in the outside world, unless it was something of high quality. For example, the broken knife was once a powerful holy weapon, and the rules couldn't destroy it. This knife was known as the best among heavenly weapons, and it consumed a lot of resources. In the outside world, it was enough to trigger a treasure-snatching war in the heavenly realm. However, in this world, such a quality item still couldn't be recognized by the rules, and there were signs of decay. As the decay spread, the knife would eventually turn into dust and disappear. To Zichen, this thing wasn't just a weapon, but also a powerful cultivation technique. In this world, he could use his spiritual senses to control it, which was equivalent to using lightning to control the knife in the outside world. To Zichen, this was a new ability, a trump card, so he naturally couldn't let it disappear. Moreover, if he made another one, his spiritual senses might not be able to control it. More importantly, there was a knife spirit inside that chubby and cute little fairy. Once the knife disappeared, the knife spirit would definitely dissipate. Looking at Xiao-Qi, Zichen asked anxiously, "Is there any way to keep it?" Xiao-Qi thought seriously and said, "It's said that to keep something in the outside world, you have to pay a big price. It's far from comparable to making another one. If you really want to keep it, the best way is to add new materials to forge it. The quality of the material must be high enough to keep it in this world. Also, I heard that the two need the same forging method, which is even more difficult." Zichen was now a master refiner, but he couldn't see what kind of refining technique was used to refine this knife. If there really was such a prerequisite, then it would be troublesome. As for higher quality materials, he was not worried. He still had a large piece of holy black crystal that he had not used yet. That was a truly high quality material. If he added it into the small knife, it would definitely increase the quality of the small knife. "There's not much time left. Let's go back first." As he spoke, Zichen stood up. Regardless of whether it worked or not, he had to go back and give it a try. "But your injuries?" Xiao-Qi looked at Zichen worriedly. "He's fine now." "Oh, right. Where's the sacred origin fluid? Give me another drop." Now that he knew exactly what he had obtained, Zichen naturally wouldn't be stingy. Not to mention a mere drop of sacred origin liquid. Even if he had to consume 10 drops of sacred origin fluid, it would be worth it. When it came to the Saint Genesis liquid again, Xiao-Qi and the rest no longer bothered about how much to distribute. Instead, they took out half of their harvest and gave Zichen. There were a total of 15 drops of sacred origin fluid. In addition, there were still the weapons and night clothes of the dead cultivators that had yet to be dealt with. Although these items weren't very valuable, there were so many of them. Once they were all sold, it would be quite a large sum. In addition, the two-headed tiger could be exchanged for 5 to 6 drops of sacred origin fluid. As a second-rank hunter, Longman can't possibly have only these few items on him. When we return, we'll directly search his residence. We'll definitely have a great harvest. On the way back, Tang Pu excitedly said. Raiding a second-rank hunter's residence was something he had never even dared to dream of. "When the time comes, you guys go ahead. I have to go back and take a look." Zichen's top priority was to repair the small knife. Along the way, it had decayed to the point where Zichen could no longer control it. While they were hurrying along, Zichen suddenly thought of something and asked, "How much do you guys know about the Huate family name?" "Huate? Is it the Huate family? If there's only one Huate family, it should be." "Why are you asking this? Do you know anyone in the Huate family?" "No." Zichen shook his head and said, "If I'm not wrong, the reason why Longman targeted me this time should be because of the Huate family's orders. As for the 4 of you, you were implicated by me and suffered an unexpected calamity." Hearing Zichen's words, the 4 people's expressions clearly changed. Xiao-Qi said in disbelief, "Zichen, are you joking? You offended the Huate family." "That's the case for now. When both sides meet, we'll fight to the death." Looking at the 4 people's expressions, he could tell that the Huate family was a huge family even in this place. Therefore, he didn't say anything. Perhaps the Doff family was also his enemy. That's not good. The Huate family doesn't only have extraordinary power in this small town. It's said that they have traces in other towns as well. Take Sowi Town, for example. There are less than 10 second-rank hunters in the entire town, but the Huate family alone has 2 second-rank hunters. Moreover, these 2 are stronger than Longman. Xiao-Qi said with a frown, 2 second-rank hunters? Then are there third-rank hunters? How is that possible? The entire Sowi town doesn't have a single third-rank hunter. Experts like that can't possibly stay in this small town. It's good that there are no third-rank hunters. A second-rank hunter stronger than Longman was still a second-rank hunter. Zichen wasn't afraid. After swallowing the second drop of sacred source liquid, Zichen's injuries were quickly recovering. The speed was also getting faster and faster. When he arrived at Soe town, night had just fallen. Zichen signaled the 4 people to rest first and deal with those things tomorrow. After that, he went straight to Old Fart Wei's blacksmith shop. The knife in his hand was already completely covered in decay. Zichen was worried that he wouldn't be able to last until the sun rose tomorrow. With regards to Zichen's sudden appearance, the old man was very surprised and said, "Didn't you go out to train? Why did you run back after being beaten up?" Ignoring the old man's teasing, Zichen anxiously pulled the old man into the house and said, "When I was in the outside world, I had a heaven weapon. This time I took it out, but it's already decayed. Is there any way to protect it and let it stay in this world for a long time?" Old Fart Wei broke free from Zichen's arm and looked at the blood all over his body with disdain. He said casually, "I thought it was something big, so it was such a small matter." Zichen turned and looked at Old Fart Wei, his eyes shining. "You have a way." Old Fart Wei said disdainfully, "The heaven weapons in the outside world are all trash. Those that can be decayed are better than trash. What's the use of them? Now that you're a master blacksmith, you can just forge one yourself." Looking at Old Fart Wei's understated expression, Zichen wanted to go up and give him a few slaps. He suppressed his anger and said, "Nonsense, if that's the case, why would I look for you? I just want to keep it. It's a heaven weapon and it has a spirit." Looking at Zichen's angry words, Old Fart Wei said, "Oh, angry? Seems like the weapon spirit must be a girl. You have feelings. If you know, then don't take it out. That broken thing outside, you still—" Before the old man could finish his words, Zichen grabbed him by the collar and raised him up high. His head hit the wall above him. "Old man, don't make jokes. My patience is limited." "Not bad. I haven't seen you for 2 days, and your strength has grown. You dare to scold me." Old Fart Wei was not afraid of Zichen, but seeing Zichen's eyes gradually turning red and his heavy breathing, he knew that Zichen was serious. So he stopped making fun of him and said directly, "There's no meaning in doing this, and it might not succeed. There are many ways to refine weapons. If you want to protect the weapon, you have to use the same method to fill it with materials. If you don't have the right method, it's useless. Even if you have the right method, you will need some high-grade materials. In the meantime, in order to increase the quality of the weapon, the high-grade materials will be used up. This is a thankless task. It's better to refine a new one, saving time, energy, and resources. When you were in the Life Star, were you also a blacksmith?" Hearing what Old Fart Wei had said, Zichen felt a chill in his heart. He put down the old man and asked, "Of course. If not, how could this old man survive in such a big town?" Old Fart Wei said proudly, "All right, don't blow your own trumpet. You think I don't know? This is a broken town. Even if it's the worst town, it's only slightly better than a village." Zichen turned and walked into the weapon refining room. This time he did not drag the old man. "Quickly come in and take a look. Can you see what method I used to refine this weapon? If you can, use the same method to repair it. As for the high-grade materials, use the holy black crystal." "Brat, are you crazy? The holy black crystal is such a good material, and you actually used it to repair a heaven-breaking weapon? Don't talk nonsense. Quickly come in and take a look." "I'm not looking. It's useless even if I look." Old Fart Wei waved his hand and said, "Although this old man's eyesight is vicious, my refining methods are all top-notch." With the same materials, the weapons refined by this old man's hands will have a huge increase in quality. Your weapon's techniques are too low-grade. Even if this old man can recognize it, I don't know those low-grade techniques. It's innately lacking. Even if you have heavenly techniques, it's useless. Unless a god stands in front of you now, then your problem can be solved. Stop bragging. Quickly come and take a look. This heaven-breaking weapon was refined by a true blacksmith master. You can't find a second one in this life star. TSK, when the tiger is not in the mountain, the monkey will be king. In the end, old Fartway still walked in front of Chen with disdain. He picked up the rotten knife beside the stove. His expression was filled with disdain as he sized it up. What kind of broken technique is this? It's too trashy. Is this what you meant when you said you can't find a second blacksmith master? It seems to have the shadow of an extreme level weapon. But this technique is neither fish nor fowl. It's really two. Chapter 23:13. How is it? Can you fix it? Seeing the change in the old man's expression, and hearing the old man's words being interrupted, Chen asked nervously, "Where did you get this thing from?" Old Fartway looked at Chen and asked with a rarely seen serious expression, "Nonsense, this is mine. What do you mean, where did I get it from?" Chen said unhappily, "This is the true extreme weapon refinement method. In the entire world, there are no more than 3 people who know this method. Tell me, where did you get this thing?" Old Fartway's words became stern. "This is mine. I saw the master refine it with my own eyes. It was a top-quality heaven weapon." "Nonsense, this extreme weapon refinement method. In this world, only 3 people know how to do it. 2 of them are in this world, and 1 is long dead. How old are you? Kid, how could you have seen someone use the extreme weapon refinement method to refine a weapon with your own eyes?" Chen did not hear the doubt in old Fartway's words, but said with surprise, "So you can fix it? Then don't be in a daze. Quickly fix it. Before things are clear, don't expect this old man to fix it for you. Now you have to tell me, what is your identity, and what method did you use to get this weapon?" Old Fartway said coldly. "Old Fartway, what do you mean? Don't tell me you think I stole this thing from someone's grave?" Chen stared at old Fartway. "It's very possible. This is the complete extreme weapon refinement method. There are no flaws. In this world, only my master can teach it. I can't. My master only accepted 2 disciples in his life. You are mine. The other is my junior brother." Chen interrupted old Fartway and said, "Don't tell me. That senior is your master." "That's impossible. My master is in this world, trapped here like me. Then he is your junior brother." "My junior apprentice brother died many years ago," the old man said. "Then who is the senior who refined the weapon for me?" Chen looked at old Fartway and said, "That senior is very strong. His weapon refinement skills are very high, and that year he took the initiative to help me refine the weapon. There was even the Thunder Saint Beast to protect me. Before coming here, I met him. He can't be a bad person." "Really? That person you are talking about?" After that, old Fartway and Chen verified whether the 2 of them were talking about the same person, and the final conclusion made old Fartway's expression change drastically. He was not sure whether Chen's words were credible or not, because according to what Chen said, his little junior brother was clearly still alive. Is it hard to understand? The Life Star was known as the Land of Miracles. It wasn't impossible for people to come back from the dead. You should have heard of the 4 sacred beasts, right? Fart fart. You should have heard of the ancestors of the 4 king clans. Lightning ancestor, moon ancestor, Yao ancestor, Star ancestor, and all the rumors. They're all dead, but I have seen the 4 of them with my own eyes. Although they are just a strand of remnant soul, they have always existed. But now they have really fallen, but they also said the end of death is life, and that there will be a day when we will meet again. The 4 people Chen mentioned, compared to the Thunder Saint Beast, the 4 great Saint Beasts, were much more famous. Every expert born in a Life Star, or even the older generation, who had not heard of the ancestors of the 4 king clans. That was an illustrious existence, a true big shot. These big shots, it was hard to meet one on a normal day, but Zi-Chen had met 4 of them. Seeing that Zi-Chen did not look like he was bragging, Old Fartway looked at Zi-Chen and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Old Fartway's expression made Zi-Chen slightly uncomfortable in his heart. He straightened his posture and said, "Listen well, I'm afraid you'll be frightened if I tell you. It's best to find something to hold on to, in case you get too frightened and faint." His clothes were tattered and blood-stained, and only his face was clean. He looked no different from a beggar, and could scare others. Old Fartway looked at Zi-Chen and wanted to laugh, but Zi-Chen's self-introduction made him unable to laugh. "I am a heaven-defying person from a life star, Zi-Chen." These words reverberated in Old Fartway's mind, as if his soul had suffered a heavy blow, causing him to feel dizzy. "What did you say?" "You are a heaven-defying person," Old Fartway repeated. He did not expect Zi-Chen to answer, but he increased his tone to ease his shock. "That's right." However, Zi-Chen still answered him. That tone of certainty caused the old man to tremble once again. But after all, he was an old man who had seen a lot of things. He was also one of the few people who had the highest refining skills on a life star. Soon he calmed down. After sizing up Zi-Chen, he looked at Zi-Chen and said, "So, the reason why old John asked you to find me is because of your identity." "Kind of. But more importantly, I have awakened the extreme speed ability." "The extreme speed ability doesn't seem to be a rare ability, right?" "Of course, the extreme speed ability isn't rare. But if it's the extreme speed technique, then it's rare." "What technique?" 9 thunderbolts passing. You know the world's #1 extreme speed technique, 9 thunderbolts passing. I also have the heavenly thunder wings. This conversation ended with Old Fartway suffering a big blow. Not only did Zi-Chen have consummate skills, but he also had treasures. Even the broken sword, which he usually did not pay attention to, was actually a famous saint weapon on a life star, worthy of being a heaven-defying person who gathered the fortune of the entire world. Just the equipment on his body is enough to make people jealous. Through the conversation with Zi-Chen, he could now confirm that the junior brother that his master thought was dead was actually not dead. To Old Fartway, this was something worth being happy about. Heaven-defying person. I didn't expect that after so many years of waiting, I would meet a heaven-defying person. With your identity and the ability you have shown, you don't seem like a Saint King. How did you get in? Old Fartway looked at Zi-Chen and asked, puzzled. I am a saint. I came in through the Jia 2 family's passage. This time, I am here to fulfill my promise to the Jia 2 family to bring a saint weapon out. Impossible after entering this place, no one can get out. In the Jia 2 family, I saw a Saint King who went out with my own eyes. After that, Old Fartway fell into silence. After a while, he muttered to himself, could it be that when you let me stay here that year, there was a layer of meaning? Could it be that those people that year would encounter this scene today? I say, Old Fart, we have been talking nonsense for half a day. Do you have a way to help me repair my weapon? Seeing that Old Fartway did not speak, Zi-Chen had to remind him. This weapon was forged by my junior brother. Do you think I have a way to repair it? Furthermore, I found a few flaws. After refining it again, it will definitely be stronger than before. After all, he is my junior brother. His weapon refining skills are still lacking compared to his senior brother. Zi-Chen did not care whether this sentence was true or not. As long as he could repair the small knife, it was fine. As for the material, it was the Saint Black Crystal. Old Fartway, who originally said that it was a waste to use such a large piece of Saint Black Crystal, looked at the rusty small knife and said, and this is my junior brother's masterpiece. Only by using this Saint Black Crystal can it show its extraordinariness. After that, he looked at Zi-Chen and said, little brat, if you are lucky enough to meet my dead master, he will definitely have a collection of good materials. Who knows? This small knife of yours might be able to reach a higher level and become a real saint weapon. Really? Zi-Chen asked, a little moved. In this world, there are very few people who can refine saint weapons. My dead master is definitely one of them. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the qualifications to enter the only city. A big shot like my master has always lived in the city, wantonly enjoying the resources of this world. To others, this world is a place of suffering. But to my master, it is a place of freedom and enjoyment. Waving his hand, old Fartway said, "All right, go and change your clothes. Don't be an eyesore. This thing of yours won't last for long. I have to work through the night. Oh, right, when it is about to take shape, you have to let out some blood. It is equivalent to the blood essence of the outside world." Zi-Chin thanked him profusely. After that, he returned to his room and started to wash up. The old man did not rest for the entire night. The sound of forging rang out continuously. He was using this world's method to get rid of the few impurities in the Saint Black Crystal. Other than that, he also used a special method to stabilize the erosion of time on the small knife. On the morning of the second day, Xiao-Qi and the other 3 did not go to deal with the spoils of war. Instead, they went straight to Lang Man's residence and cleaned it up. But the 4 of them obviously went in high spirits and returned in disappointment. Their faces were dejected. "This is great. We bragged about it, but ended up with nothing." Tang Pu was obviously not in high spirits. "Someone must have beaten us to it. I'm sure Zi-Chin won't blame us. The most important thing now is to quickly deal with those things." "Oh, right, Tang Pu, your mechanical puppet is damaged this time. You have to change to a better one." Xiao-Qi patted Tang Pu's shoulder and said, "I also want to change to a better one. But what good things can we have in this broken place? The last time we were able to change to a mechanical bear, we can be considered lucky. Unless we go to Mingfei Town, it will be difficult to get a good mechanical puppet." Hearing Tang Pu's complaints, Xiao-Qi laughed and said, "This time, with Zi-Chen's help, our harvest is not small. Maybe we can really go to Mingfei Town." When the few of them heard, their eyes lit up but quickly dimmed down. Tang Pu shook his head and said, "Forget it. With just the 4 of us, the chances of dying there are too high. Let's just make do and choose one from here." Returning to their residence, the 4 of them started to deal with the spoils of war. Their harvest was not small. Chapter 23:14. It took 3 days to remove the impurities from the sacred black crystal. Using a special method to melt the sacred black crystal into liquid, it took another 10 days. In this period of time, the blacksmith shop was filled with continuous hammering sounds. Xiao-Qi and the rest did not want to disturb Zi-Chin, so they could only wait. It had to be said, if not for old Fartway's special method, the small knife could be preserved in this world for so long. Even with the method to increase its quality, the small knife itself would not be able to last until the day it was upgraded. Zi-Chan was not idle in these few days. He wanted to ignite a fire. This world was not like the outside world, where there was strong earth fire and even heaven fire that could be used. To refine weapons in this world, one had to start their own fire. Of course, the terrifying degree of the fire was not any weaker than the earth fire and heaven fire in the outside world. In this world, if there was someone who could control these flames, their fighting strength would naturally be extremely strong. The sacred black crystal melted, turning into a sparkling black liquid, giving people a pure and transparent feeling. Zi-Chin dripped drops of blood into the melted sacred black crystal, causing the pure black liquid to undergo some indescribable changes. The liquid started to tremble slightly, as though there was a hidden energy fluctuation. "All right, you can leave now." Looking at the gradually changing color of the liquid, old Fartway waved his hand. The reason why he was chasing Zi-Chin away was not because he was worried that Zi-Chan would learn the skills, but because Zi-Chin did not know anything and would only occupy this space if he stayed. He actually hoped that Zi-Chan could learn some of his forging skills, but Zi-Chin obviously had other aspirations. Becoming a master refiner was already the limit of Zi Chen's interest. But there were specializations, and old Fartway did not mind. If he really wanted to train the only heaven-defying person on this life star into a master refiner, not to mention whether Zichen was willing, at least those old fellows would not agree. After Zichen returned to his room, old Fartway took out the small knife that he had kept and started to use a unique method to decompose it layer by layer. During the decomposing process, he would mix in the liquid of the sacred black crystal, and during this period, it was extremely testing of his technique. Moreover, this was the most perfect integration. Not only did it improve the quality of the small knife, but it also did not disturb the original patterns of the small knife. Although these patterns were not of much use in this world, in the outside world, these patterns would greatly increase the attack power of the knife. This was a very time-consuming process that required absolute calmness. During this time, no mistakes could be made. There was nothing else for Zichen to do, but he did not go out. Instead, he waited patiently. Once this small knife was formed, it would prove that he would have another great ability, and this ability would be able to control things from a distance. It was definitely a powerful ability. With Longman's previous attack, he was in no hurry to go out again. While waiting patiently, Zichen didn't stay idle either. He began to consume the remaining sacred origin liquid to strengthen himself. In this world, only when one was strong enough could one possess all kinds of abilities. Only then could one's abilities continue to evolve and become stronger step by step. On the way back, he chatted with Xiuqi. Xiuqi told him that if he wanted to evolve his abilities, he would have to continuously refine the sacred origin liquid. At this time, Zichen was not aware that during the time he was forging here, he had already consumed dozens of drops of sacred origin liquid. This was also the reason why he could suddenly awaken his abilities and transform his body. Another half a month passed, and old Fartway finally completed the last step. As the hammer fell, a crisp sound rang out, and the small knife was completely formed. The rust on the surface of the knife was completely removed, and it emitted a black light. At first glance, it looked like it was refined from pure, sacred black crystal. However, if one looked at it for a long time, one would be able to see other lights flashing within the black light. Those lights were like Xing Qin decorating the night sky. The moment the small knife was formed, Zichen sensed the existence of the other party. He quickly walked from his room to the weapon refining room. Wow! He looked at the small knife, and with a thought, the knife began to tremble. After trembling a few times, the knife flew into the air and flew toward Zichen. Then, under old Fartway's astonished expression, the small knife began to revolve around Zichen. Its speed went from slow to fast, until it finally turned into a ray of black light that protected Zichen. Is this the Imperial Sword technique? You actually awakened such an ability. How miraculous! Old Fartway exclaimed as he looked at Zichen. You can say that. Zichen controlled the small knife to stop and placed it in his palm. Looking at the little thing, he said, Your spirit can awaken here, so I can't call you Knife Spirit. I'll call you Flying Knife from now on. With a light flick of his wrist, the flying knife slid into Zichen's sleeve. It came from old Fartway, and it had taken him nearly a month to successfully evolve it. There was naturally no need to doubt its quality. During this period of time, Zichen had used up all the sacred source liquid he had obtained, and it was time for him to go out and reap the rewards. Xiuqi and the rest still had some resources to sell, and Zichen could still get some. Other than that, the property in Longman's residence was also a big part of it, and there was no reason for him to let it go. After sincerely thanking old Fartway, the old man waved his hand and weakly tipped Zichen to scram. Then he closed the door and went to rest. Old Fartway had expended too much energy, but it wasn't a big problem. He just needed to rest. Zichen ignored him and went to find the four people next door. Seeing Zichen arrive, the four people were surprised and happy. They hurriedly gestured for Zichen to come in. After Zichen sat down, he noticed that the four people's expressions were somewhat unnatural. He asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Hearing Zichen's words, the four people became even more embarrassed. In the end, it was Xiao-Qi who said, "Zichen, we're really sorry. Didn't you say that Longman's residence would have a lot of sacred source liquid? But when we went there, we found that someone had already gone there before us. We didn't get anything." Xiao-Qi took out a jade bottle and said, "This is the sacred source liquid we exchanged for. There's a total of 20 drops. We didn't touch them." Zichen took the bottle of sacred source liquid, opened it, and said, "If it's gone, then it's gone. It's no big deal." As he spoke, Zichen poured out 8 drops, put one into his mouth, and kept the remaining 7 into his own jade bottle. He gave the remaining 12 drops to Xiao-Qi, making it 3 drops each. Xiao-Qi was slightly hesitant. This was exactly as she had expected. Zichen had taken 2 fewer drops. "This makes it easier to split. We'll do this in the future. If you have more, I'll refund you." After keeping the jade bottle, Zichen said, "Do you have any thoughts of going out again?" "Of course. We've already prepared everything. We were worried that you wouldn't want to team up with us after you advanced," Tang Pu said excitedly. "Since everything is ready, let's set off." Zichen stood up. Tang Pu had already taken out a package from the room. There were 2 things inside, the black suit and the 3-colored poison mist. After handing the package to Zichen, Tang Pu patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Zichen. This time, I guarantee that no one will have the antidote for the 3-colored poison mist." Zichen took the package and lightly punched Tang Pu with his fist. He smiled and said, "With you in charge, I can rest assured." Afterwards, the group looked at each other and laughed. After leaving the town, Zichen said, "Have you found a target this time? No matter what, it can't be weaker than the 2-headed tiger." "Don't worry. Xiao Jin has already made arrangements for this. It would be a waste not to use such a strong person like you." After walking out of Soi town, Xiao-Qi looked around and didn't find any traces of other people. She lowered her voice and said to Zichen beside her, "Zichen, I've already inquired about the matter you asked me to inquire about. The Hort family did have some interactions with Longman a few days ago. The 2 second-level hunters of their family are not in Soi town. It is said that they have been away for a long time." Zichen nodded slightly. This could explain why the Hort family, who clearly had 2nd-level hunters, would pay such a price to have outsiders kill Zichen. Just the antidote that could resist the 3-colored poison mist was not a small cost. "Can you be sure that the Hort family only has 2 2nd-level hunters?" Zichen asked. "This can be confirmed. The Hort family has always maintained 2 2nd-level hunters in Soi town. Once someone advances, one of them will leave here." Jia Tu Huangta once said that his path forward was already arranged by the family for him. Then, the Hort family has always kept 2 2nd-level hunters here to guard those people entering the next town. Can you inquire about some more details? For example, what are the abilities of those 2 ability users, and what level of combat power they have? Xiao-Qi opened her eyes wide and looked at Zichen in disbelief, saying, "What do you want to ask about this? It can't be. We have long been enemies. Since they have the intention to harm me, I have no reason to let them go." Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. "But that is a family, a huge family. If you go against that family, how will you walk in this world in the future? In this town, they don't have 3rd-level hunters, but other towns have them. Not to mention 3rd-level hunters. It is said that there are even 4th-level and 5th-level hunters. If you go against them, it is like hitting a stone with an egg." Because of her loss of self-control, Xiao-Qi's voice was slightly raised, attracting the attention of the other 3. "They are indeed a huge family, but here they are only a small force with 2 2nd-level hunters. I have a lot of experience in dealing with them. If I don't say anything this time, there will be more 2nd-level hunters coming, and even 3rd-level hunters." Chapter 23:15. Seeing that Zichen had made up his mind, Xiao Qi stopped persuading him. Although she hadn't known Zichen for a long time, Xiao Qi could still see that Zichen was a very opinionated existence. Once he made up his mind, no one could persuade him. Next, the group walked for a day and a night. After a short rest and a simple meal, they came to a low mountain range. When they were still some distance away from the mountain range, they heard a series of beastly roars that sounded somewhat panicked. Zichen, there are many pseudo-divine beasts here. Among them, there is a violent bear, whose fighting strength is stronger than Longman. Once, Longman led a team to destroy it, but in the end, they were defeated and Longman himself was injured. Xiao Jin, who was walking in front, turned around and said, "That's a good opponent. In addition to the violent bear, are there any other relatively powerful pseudo-divine beasts here?" Zichen's eyes flashed as he asked, "There are many other pseudo-divine beasts, but they are not as strong as this violent bear. Once we fight, the movement will definitely scare away the pseudo-divine beasts around. The violent bear is equivalent to the king here, but they are not united. By the way, the mechanical puppet that Tang Pu used before was built according to the prototype of the violent bear." Speaking of the mechanical puppet, Zichen glanced at Tang Pu again with a strange expression. After losing the mechanical puppet Black Bear, Tang Pu bought a new mechanical puppet in Soi Town, but it was far worse than the previous one. It was a puppet bull of very low grade, which was the main reason why he insisted on walking and refused to enter the puppet. Maybe it was because of the terrain, but along the way there was little wind. In this dangerous night, if there was no wind, there would naturally be no divine mosquitoes and black ants. The danger factor could be reduced by a lot, and the group's speed was also relatively fast. Before coming, Xiao Jin had obviously done his homework. He directly led Zichen in the direction of the violent bear. Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Jin pointed somewhere and said, "Go around here, there is a black hole. If there is no accident, the violent bear is inside." The group of 5 carefully circled around half of the mountain, but they did not see the so-called black hole at all. "That's not right. There should be a black hole here." Looking at the surrounding environment, Xiao Jin said in puzzlement, "Look over there." In the dark night, a light flashed in Xiang Xian's eyes as she pointed to a boulder tens of meters away. Everyone's gazes landed on the huge rock. The huge rock was slightly black, but there was nothing special about it. However, there were obvious pitch-black cracks all around the huge rock. Clearly, there was a hole behind the boulder. They're actually hiding. Seeing such a scene, the crowd was naturally unable to understand. Why would a king need to hide and rest? Could it be that there were other pseudo-divine beasts that dared to challenge its prestige? Looks like I'm right. That guy is inside. Xiao Qi's gaze shifted away from the front, looking around to see if there were any other abnormalities. Let's remove that big rock first. Zichen's perception allowed him to clearly sense his surroundings. Aside from the cave entrance, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard. They were also very far away from here, so there was no need to worry too much. There was a violent bear in the cave, so no one dared to rashly go forward. Therefore, the matter of removing the rock could only be left to Tang Pu's puppet bull. During this period, Zichen intentionally tried to control the puppet bull, but to no avail. It seemed that his awakened spiritual perception only worked on the broken saber in his hand and had no effect on other things. The puppet bull stretched out its front hooves and knocked twice on the uneven ground. Then it lowered its head and charged toward the boulder. The sharp horns flickered with a cold light in the dark night, like a weapon, as if they were going to cut the boulder. Boom! The horns hit the boulder, and the ground began to shake. A dull sound spread in all directions. The puppet bull's charging figure stopped. Its body clearly swayed, and it almost collapsed. The force of its collision only moved the boulder a little. The weight of the boulder was somewhat beyond imagination. After stabilizing its body, the puppet bull began to retreat. After a certain distance, it lowered its head and charged forward again. Boom! With another blow, the boulder moved a little again. This effect was really too slow. It might not even be able to move the boulder dozens of times. Just as they were about to think of other methods, they suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the cave. Faintly, a low roar was emitted from within. One could see that the large rock, which had only moved a little due to the collision of the puppet cow, was now rapidly moving as a thick black claw emerged from the other side. Clearly, the owner had been enraged and had taken the initiative to appear. Ziqin threw a look at Tang Pu. The latter nodded and controlled the puppet bull to retreat. From the boulder blocking the cave, it could be seen that the strength of the puppet bull was very different from that of the violent bear. If it was hit directly, it would probably be destroyed in an instant. In Ziqin's view, such a sacrifice was meaningless. Xiao Qi and the others also began to retreat. They could not interfere in the early stages of the battle. Only after the violent bear was injured would they have a chance to fight. The four of them began to retreat, while Ziqin slowly moved forward with the broken saber in his hand. The boulder was completely moved away, and the black bear walked out of the cave. It was nearly 3 meters tall, and its body naturally emitted a murderous aura. Its black fur was stained with a lot of blood, and several scars could be seen. They should have been left behind by the previous battle. Its pair of pitch-black eyes gradually became brutal when it saw Ziqin and the others. Roar! With a roar, the black bear charged at Ziqin. Its bare paw directly slapped at Ziqin's head, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The gust of wind blew, causing Ziqin's cheek to hurt. This attack was full of power, even surpassing that of Longman at his peak. Once Ziqin was hit, who knew how many of his ribs would break? Strong power, slow speed. Looking at the bare paw with full power coming at him, Ziqin shook his head. His body was like a feather moving with the wind. Swish! Ziqin's body easily dodged this attack, and he arrived at the violent bear's side, instantly unsheathing the broken saber in his hand. As a black light flashed, the broken saber swept past the violent bear's body, cutting off its fur and cutting into its body. Ziqin's body lightly floated down. With the scabbard in his left hand and the broken saber in his right, there was now a wound on the violent bear's body, and blood flowed out. Xiao Qi and the others stood in the distance, not daring to speak, afraid that they would enrage the violent bear. In just a single exchange, the violent bear had been injured, so it naturally went berserk. Its bare paw whistled as it slapped at Ziqin, and its attack speed was much faster than before. Ziqin easily dodged again and slashed down with his saber. Its needle-like fur had counteracted too much of the saber's power, and by the time it had cut into its body, the saber's power was not enough. The powerful saber had only left a small wound on the violent bear's body. Under such circumstances, Ziqin had the broken saber and the strength of a rank 2 hunter. Under normal circumstances, if an ordinary hunter encountered this violent bear, it would be their nightmare. Pooh! Pooh! Ziqin's body flashed as he slashed out again and again. Even though he tried to control his attacks to a certain point, the effects were not obvious. Compared to the 2-headed tiger, the violent bear's strength and defense were much stronger. Its only weakness was its speed, and in this aspect, Ziqin's speed was his strength. The violent bear's fierce attacks were unable to touch Ziqin at all. On the contrary, Ziqin kept attacking a certain spot, causing the wound on the violent bear's body to become bigger and bigger. The violent bear's eyes gradually turned red, and the aura around its body suddenly became tyrannical, as if it had gone berserk. It let out an angry and hoarse roar, and with a strong gust of wind, it charged at Ziqin. With this attack, the violent bear's speed and strength had more than doubled. The 4 people who were watching the battle from afar were terrified. They did not dare to provoke an existence of this level. If they were hit, they would die. The last time Longman led a team here, they suffered heavy casualties. It should be because they forced the violent bear to go berserk. Swoosh! Zi Chen did not underestimate the violent bear's transformation. When he retreated, the heavenly thunder wings on his back immediately appeared. Then the thunder wings on his back vibrated, and with a tap of his feet, he leaped high into the air. When he quickly dodged the violent bear's attack, his body also landed behind it. He turned around in the air and stomped on the violent bear's shoulder. The broken saber in his hand instantly retracted like a dagger. Pooh! With a muffled sound, the broken saber directly pierced into the black bear's eyes. It pierced deeply, almost piercing through its brain. Roar! The black bear was in pain, and its aura was tyrannical. Zi Chen pulled out the broken saber and used the force to leap up. Below him, the violent bear kept waving its paws, attacking randomly in all directions, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The heavenly thunder wings flapped rapidly, allowing Zi Chen's body to stay in the air for a short while. Seizing the opportunity, Zi Chen's body landed again. Just like before, the broken saber pierced into the violent bear's other eye. This time, the broken saber went deeper. Pooh! At the same time, Zi Chen paid a price for this attack. He was hit by the bear's paw. Although most of the force was neutralized, it still shook Zi Chen until he coughed up blood. Landing on the ground, Zi Chen retreated again, increasing the distance between him and the violent bear. At this moment, tears of blood gushed out from the violent bear's eyes. One of its eyes was still pierced by the broken saber. The violent bear was struggling before its death. The entire mountain peak was shaking, and all kinds of broken rocks were flying everywhere like hidden weapons, breaking through the air with the sound of breaking wind. Xiao Qi and the other three retreated far away, nervously looking at the violent bear. After about 10 breaths of time, the berserk violent bear suddenly stopped and fell to the ground. Boom! The earth shook again, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. The violent bear was dead. This scene was within Zi Chen's expectations, so he was very calm. The 4 people who were watching the battle nervously from afar also heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. Boom! Boom! Chapter 23:16. The ground shook without warning, and the whole mountain peak shook gently as if there was an earthquake. The violent bear was lying motionless on the ground. It was obviously dead, so what was going on with this vibration? Is it an earthquake? The expressions of the 4 people changed. Zi Chen, who was about to pick up the broken blade, sensed this change, and his expression changed slightly. Boom! Boom! The ground began to shake violently, and thunder-like sounds came from afar, mixed with the roars of beasts. The roars came from some pseudo-divine beasts, which were very powerful existences, but at this moment there was some kind of fear and panic in their voices. Below, let's go and see what's going on. Xiang Xian and the other 3 turned and walked towards the edge of the mountain peak. The vibration came from below. Zi Chen quickly stepped forward and pulled out the broken blade from the eye socket of the violent bear. Whoosh! Returning the broken blade to its sheath, he quickly rushed to a high ground and looked down. It was night now, and his vision was not clear, but he could still see many black shadows running quickly below with thunder-like vibrations. It's pseudo-divine beasts, all of them. Seeing those black shadows, Xiao Jin was shocked and cried out in alarm. These powerful pseudo-divine beasts, at this moment, seemed to have met their natural enemy, and were frantically fleeing, roaring in horror. Seeing this scene, Zi Chen was also surprised. Could it be the god race that could make so many different kinds of pseudo-divine beasts flee in panic? Looking at those fleeing pseudo-divine beasts below, Zi Chen clearly felt a few very powerful auras, which did not seem to be much weaker than the violent bear he had killed. What happened? Zi Chen frowned. They are of different species. Perhaps they are all enemies, but now they are all running away. Could it be their natural enemy? But in this world, I have never heard of them having a common natural enemy. Xiang Xian frowned slightly, and her face was full of doubts. Indeed, I have never heard of them having a common natural enemy. Tang Pu scratched his head, also unable to understand. Xiao Qi frowned, as if thinking about something. Xiao Jin, who was also frowning, seemed to have thought of something. His face changed dramatically in an instant, and he cried out in alarm, "Could it be them?" "What?" the three of them asked in unison, clearly confused. Xiao Jin's face had already lost all color. He raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction. That was the north. Could it be that they're here? In the north, their target had shrunk a lot, and to be able to make Xiao Jin's expression change so much, he believed that they were definitely not nameless existences. "You're talking about the moon god wolf in the northern snowfield." Xiang Xian and the other two instantly guessed Xiao Jin's meaning, and their expressions changed drastically. "Is the moon god wolf very strong?" Zi Chun heard the commotion and came to stand beside the four people. He looked at the four people whose expressions changed drastically and asked, "The moon wolves of the gods live in the northernmost area. There is a snowy plain there, which is their exclusive territory. In terms of individual combat power, the moon god wolf wasn't strong. It was even weaker than an ordinary pseudo-divine beast. In a one-on-one fight, they were the weakest among the pseudo-divine beasts. However, they never move alone. They always move in groups, and their numbers are uncountable." Xiao Jin's face had already lost all color. An uncountable number of moon god wolves can defeat any enemy. Now I should be able to guess why that violent bear placed such a big rock at the entrance of the cave. The moon god wolves live in the northern snowfield. Every once in a while, they will leave the snowfield to hunt. This time they should be hunting, and these pseudo-divine beasts are their targets. Looking at the four people whose expressions had changed drastically and clearly felt fear, but didn't have any intention of running away, Zi Qin asked doubtfully, "Since they're so dangerous, shouldn't we run away?" Xiang Xian and the other two looked bitter. Xiao Jin sighed and said, "We can't run away. Since it's a hunt, then we'll be surrounded on all sides. According to past practice, there are moon god wolves in all directions." Zi Chen shrugged and said, "If that's the case, then it's really troublesome. Does the moon god wolf have a leader?" "There's a moon wolf king, who is hiding in the distance and commanding them, and there's more than one. It's said that the moon wolf king is very strong. Each of them is equivalent to a second-rank hunter. It said, you don't have any reliable information?" Xiao Jin forced a smile and said, "Everyone who has seen the moon god wolves will become a dead man. It's already very rare to have some gossip. But I didn't expect that our luck would be so bad that we would encounter a moon wolf hunt that hasn't been seen in 100 years. Looks like we're screwed this time." Thinking that they might soon be buried in the wolf's belly, the complexion of Xiang Xian and the other two turned ugly. "Is there any other information? For example, how are we going to beat them back?" Zi Chen asked again. He had encountered too many dangers in his life, and it was common for him to have a narrow escape from death. Obviously, he wouldn't give up so easily, not to mention that he hadn't seen the enemy yet. The moon god wolves are endless. No one can beat them back, unless they're willing to retreat after the hunt is over. It seemed that Xiao Jin's knowledge was also very limited. Zi Qin could no longer get any useful information. So, Zi Qin asked again, "Are you sure we're surrounded now?" "It's not us. It's all the living beings in this area. They've all been surrounded, including the pseudo-divine beasts that just ran away. They're also surrounded." Zi Qin nodded and said, "Well, it seems that a battle is inevitable. You guys take the violent bear's corpse into the cave first. Since the violent bear has already expected this, we'll use this cave to avoid this crisis." "Right," Hiding in the cave, maybe we can resolve this crisis. Their eyes lit up, and they all looked at the cave. Let's take the violent bear's corpse inside first. Then we'll move the big rock. While speaking, Zi Chen flew towards the big rock. Xiao Qi and Xiang Xian went to get the violent bear. It wasn't that they were greedy, but if they left the violent bear's corpse here, it would undoubtedly attract more moon god wolves. Tang Pu controlled the puppet bull and came to the side of the big rock. Together with Zi Chen and Xiao Jin, they moved the rock. But the rock only trembled slightly and moved a little bit. It had to be said that the violent bear's strength was really great, and in order to save its life, it had specially chosen a very heavy rock. Damn it, this thing is too heavy. Tang Pu cursed angrily. He could only use all his strength to control the puppet bull and have it quickly push the rock back to its original position. But the three of them had limited strength, so they could only slowly move the rock. At that moment, a cold aura came, causing everyone's hearts to involuntarily shiver. Then they heard the rhythmic sound of running, as if a well-trained army was advancing. A cold wind blew, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. It was as if they had entered the dead of winter. Not good, they're coming. Hurry up. Xiao Jin's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm. Xiao Qi and Xiang Xian had already dragged the tyrannical bear into the cave. Luckily, the cave was large enough to accommodate everyone as well as a cow puppet. The two of them hurriedly came out of the cave. The five of them and the puppet bull worked together to push the big rock back to its original position. Let the puppet bull push it from inside first, or it'll be useless later, Zichen said in a low voice. Ka-ka! Under the combined efforts of everyone, the rock moved forward. The surrounding temperature was getting lower and lower, and the orderly steps were getting closer and closer to them. It was unknown if it was because the smell of blood had dispersed, but the orderly steps suddenly paused, and then there was a clapping sound. Hurry up! Zi Chen let out a low roar and used all his strength. The speed of the boulder moving forward increased a little. The gap between the rock and the cave was only a person's distance away, and it would soon be closed. Again! Zi Chen roared, and the rock moved forward again. At that moment, in Zi Chen's perception, several white figures appeared. Their fur was as soft as snow, and they were less than 2 meters tall. They leaped straight towards them. Their speed was very fast, and their steps were light. These were the divine moon wolves. In his perception, there were no less than 100 divine moon wolves on this half of the mountain. Shwa! Without waiting for the rock to completely block the cave, these divine moon wolves rushed up. The leader also leaped over, opening its mouth and revealing its sharp fangs. Pooh! Zi Chen instantly drew his saber and slashed the first moon wolf. He said in a low voice, "Hurry up and go in." At that moment, moon wolves appeared in all directions. If they delayed any longer, they would not have the chance to enter the cave again. At that moment, looking at the cave that was less than a person's height, they couldn't help but feel regret. If they had known, they wouldn't have wasted time. Everyone walked in one by one, and then they signaled Zi Chen to hurry up. Shwa! 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 The broken saber in his hand flashed, and after killing 3 moon wolves, Zi Chen also flashed and entered the cave. The remaining gaps were blocked by the 4 of them using the violent bear's corpse. After killing 4 moon wolves, Zi Chen entered the cave. It was his first encounter with the moon wolves, so he had a certain understanding of them. They were very fast, their fighting strength was unknown, and their defense was relatively weak. Just as Xiao Jin said, they were easy to kill. However, there were too many of them, and they were all fearless. Zi Chen, who had never been afraid of being ganged up on, felt his scalp go numb when he sensed the moon wolves outside the cave. In this place, there was no endless energy for him to use, and no strong physical defense. Facing these moon wolves, he was helpless. Before everyone could relax, they heard low growls and biting sounds. Then they saw the violent bear's corpse swaying, and it was quickly pulled out by the moon wolves. The cave entrance appeared again. After appearing, the moon wolves madly rushed toward the cave entrance. Pooh! Xiao Qi guarded the small cave entrance, and with a slash of his sword, he pierced through the head of a moon wolf. Beside him, Xiao Jin also killed one. This cave entrance could only allow 2 moon wolves to pass through. Just as the 2 moon wolves died, the other moon wolves pulled out the corpses of the 2 moon wolves. Then, 2 more moon wolves rushed forward. Pooh! Pooh! With 2 simple slashes and almost no energy, the 2 moon wolves died. Haha, according to this method, even if there are more moon wolves, they won't be enough for us to kill. Seeing this scene, Tang Pu couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 23:17. Uft. In the blink of an eye, 6 moon wolves were killed. Their corpses were dragged out by the other moon wolves as 2 new moon wolves charged in. They were like fools, charging forward without any regard for their lives and dying in the process. Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin only needed to make 3 simple moves to kill 6 moon wolves. In such an environment and geographical location, the moon wolves' greatest advantage couldn't be fully displayed. They could only be slaughtered by the 2 of them. 6 now. Zi Qin just killed 4, so that makes a total of 10. Although we lost a violent bear, we'll be rich as long as we persevere until the end. Tang Pu couldn't help but say after seeing the 7th and 8th moon wolves die, his eyes twinkling brightly. Xiang Xian's deathly pale face also revealed a hint of joy. She nodded lightly, her mood much better. Although the moon divine wolves were powerful, and no one dared to go up against them, there were still a few moon wolf corpses that appeared in this world over the years. Every time these corpses appeared, they would be bought at a high price. For this reason, there were even hunters who traveled to the snowy plains to hunt these moon divine wolves. The most valuable part of their bodies was their pure white, silk-like fur. After some special processing, not only were they beautiful clothes, but they also had decent defense. Of course, such a thing wouldn't appear in a small place like Soe Town. Only people from big places could enjoy such things. There was a reason for Tang Pu's joy. Even if 1 drop of sacred origin fluid was worth 1 moon wolf's fur, they'd already earned over a dozen drops in a short period of time. Moreover, they hadn't expended much energy. They'd originally thought that this was a disaster, but now it seemed like luck. A great fortune had fallen from the heavens. Tang Pu excitedly explained the value of the moon wolves to Zi Chen in detail. However, he didn't see any joy on Zi Chen's face. Zi Chen, you don't seem happy, Tang Pu said in confusion as he turned to Zi Chen. We're about to die. Should we be happy? Die? How is that possible? Tang Pu said in surprise. As long as the 5 of us work together to defend this place, no moon wolf will be able to attack. As long as we can endure until they retreat, we will be rich. I don't believe that they will continue to die like this. You should know that we have a lot of food on us. At the very least, we can kill the moon wolves and eat their meat. Tang Pu's analysis made some sense, but Zi Chen, who had used his perception, could see things outside as if he were using his eyes. At this moment, countless moon wolves had gathered around the cave they were in. Some of these moon wolves were responsible for the suicidal attacks, while others were beside the boulder, trying to move it. There were also some that were using their sharp claws to dig into the ground in the surroundings of the cave. They were like well-trained soldiers. Under the command of the general, they carried out one order after another. However, Zi Chen's senses did not detect any trace of the Moon Wolf King. Right now, they were like turtles in a jar. Zi Chen pointed above his head and said, "Listen carefully and see what you can hear." Tang Pu and Xiang Xian leaned against the wall and listened attentively. After a while, the 2 of them turned pale again. "What's going on?" Xiao Qi, who was still slaughtering the moon wolves, asked in a low voice. "They're using their claws to dig up the ground." It seems that they want to dig in. Tang Pu became somewhat agitated. Not only that, but some moonwolves are also trying to move the boulder, Zichen added, causing Tang Pu to feel even more despair. It must be the Moonwolf King secretly commanding them. That damn thing. Xiao Jin gritted his teeth and cursed, his attack still as sharp as ever. What should we do now? Stay here and wait for death? Tang Pu's mood became gloomy. Looking at the dead moonwolves being dragged away, the light in his eyes dimmed. It seems that we can only wait for a miracle, Xiang Xian said as she raised her head and looked at the cave. Miracles are created by oneself. Based on their current speed, they will be able to completely dig out this place in about 20 hours. Of course, the prerequisite is that they don't have enough strength to move this boulder, Zichen said in a low voice. Hearing Zichen's calm tone, Xiao Qi, who had just killed another moonwolf, asked, Zichen, do you have a way to help us escape? Not at the moment, but we can try. How? First, get a moonwolf's corpse in here. Xiao Jin stabbed a moonwolf to death with his sword and grabbed its front paw, dragging it in. At the same time, he also dragged in the moonwolf that was biting onto the dead one. Xiao Qi instantly finished off the moonwolf with a sword strike. Throwing the corpse to the side, Xiao Qi asked, What do we do now? It will definitely be a fierce battle, but I can't guarantee that we will be able to hold on until the end. However, this is also the only way that we have the highest chance of surviving. Now, give me all the sacred origin liquid you have. Just keep 2 drops for each of you. It did not seem like the right time for Zichen to ask for sacred origin liquid. However, due to their absolute trust in each other, the 4 did not waste any time and quickly gathered all the sacred origin liquid they had. There were a total of 28 drops, and Zichen had obtained 26 drops. Zichen only had 7 drops left, making a total of 30 drops. After placing the 30 drops into 4 jade bottles, Zichen instructed, After the 2 of you kill the moonwolves, hurry and retreat. Wait for me to come out before blocking the entrance. Remember to conserve your energy after I come out. Don't make any reckless moves. While speaking, Zichen had already walked over to the dead moonwolf. He squatted down and lifted the moonwolf above his head. It looked as if Zichen was using the moonwolf's corpse as a hat. Zichen, what are you doing? Xiao Qi, who could vaguely guess what Zichen was doing, had a complicated expression on her face. This is the only way now. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to live, you have to be alert. All right, you guys retreat. After the 2 of them killed the moonwolf, Zichen bellowed, and the 2 of them immediately retreated. At this moment, the dead moonwolf was also pulled out of the cave. Following that, 2 more moonwolves rushed in. Before they could reach the entrance, Zichen dashed out with the moonwolf's corpse on his head. Bang! With a loud bang, the 2 moonwolves were sent flying by Zichen. As for the 2 moonwolves that were sent flying, they also knocked down the other moonwolves around them. For a moment, a small empty space appeared outside the cave. After Zichen exited, the broken blade appeared in his hand and drew a black arc around him. Within the arc, all the moonwolves were cut in half and fell to the ground. These moonwolves clearly did not expect a human to charge out and were all stunned. However, at this moment, a whimpering sound could be heard from afar. The moonwolves, who had been dividing up their work, all turned their heads and pounced on Zichen. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was surrounded by moonwolves. Other than the ground, there were moonwolves everywhere. They were like an upside-down bowl of moonwolves as they rushed towards Zichen. Facing the moonwolves' attack, Zichen's expression did not change. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back and flapped rapidly. Swoosh! The broken blade in Zichen's hand slashed out in an instant. Combined with the extreme speed of the broken blade, Zichen's body was constantly surrounded by circular blade arcs. These circular blade arcs fell in all directions around Zichin. Uft, 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 uft. Ah! Wherever the circular blade arcs passed, the sound of weapons slicing through flesh could be heard. At this moment, the scene of the moon wolves attacking seemed to be frozen. It was as if they had been immobilized. The only thing that could be seen was the flickering of the blade arcs when they were immobilized. Actually, this was just a visual illusion. The moon wolves were not immobilized. It was just that Zichen's speed was too fast, making them look too slow. The black circular blade arcs disappeared, and Zichen's body landed. The moon wolves that were surrounding him instantly lost their momentum and fell to the ground one by one. They fell around Zichen like raindrops. Looking out from the cave, the 4 people who saw this scene were completely dumbfounded. Zichen had killed more than 20 moon wolves in one move. In an instant, he had cleared out a wide area. The moon wolves that fell to the ground were all dead. Within the range of Zichen's perception, there were still more moon wolves. The ones that had just died were not even 1/20th of them. After these moon wolves fell, the whimpering sound could be heard again. Then, more moon wolves rushed towards Zichen. The moon wolves leaped up from all directions and attacked Zichen. Just like before, Xiuqi and the others could not see Zichen's figure. They could only see the densely packed moon wolves that were close to each other. Immediately after, a black light flashed through the moon wolves. This black light flashed and disappeared. Xiuqi and the others could clearly see it. The scene paused once again. Then, popping sounds could be heard. The attacking moon wolves fell to the ground and died just like before. At this moment, 2 layers of moon wolves had already piled up around Zichen. During the battle, he had been using his perception to cover the surroundings. However, he did not find any trace of the Moon Wolf King. However, just as he had guessed, after he rushed out, the moon wolves all targeted him. They no longer attacked the people in the cave. A new wave of attacks came. With the perfect combination of extreme speed and broken saber, Zichen destroyed these moon wolves without suffering any damage. Just like that, he killed 5 waves. The number of moon wolves that died was close to 100. However, there were still many moon wolves that did not fear death. After killing 5 waves, Zichen could clearly feel the exhaustion. Sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. However, at this moment, the whimpering sound could be heard again. This time, the whimpering sound was even more urgent. Then, even more moon wolves rushed forward. This time, they did not surround Zichen in one layer. Instead, they surrounded him in several layers. Xiuqi and the others could not see Zichen again. What they saw was the moon wolves that were constantly pouncing forward. They did not fear death. Before the first one died, the second one would pounce. Chapter 23:18. Dauntlessly advancing wave after wave, dauntless in the face of death. These 2 words were the most appropriate to describe the current moon wolves. Zichen's strength was unquestionable. He could kill dozens of moon wolves in an instant. Such a scene was a complete massacre. However, these moon wolves knew that they were going to die, yet they continued to charge forward. Charge forward, die. Charge forward, die again. Such suicidal behavior seemed to be meaningless. If it were a human, they would have retreated long ago. Because this was a one-sided massacre, it couldn't be considered a battle at all. However, these moon wolves didn't retreat. Not only did they not retreat, they sent more moon wolves to their deaths. They were truly dauntlessly advancing, wave after wave. These moon wolves pounced on Zichen one after another. Every time a moon wolf charged forward, it meant that the moon wolf in the previous layer would die, without a doubt. Even if they weren't killed by Zichen, they would be killed by the moon wolves behind them. In terms of human battle techniques, this was called cutting off all means of retreat and staking everything on a single throw. The moon wolves clearly didn't understand human battle techniques. The meaning behind their actions was to let the human in front of them exhaust him as much as possible. Only by constantly exhausting him with death could they have a chance to kill this powerful human. It had to be said that this method of exhausting him was very effective. This kind of continuous charge required Zichen to continuously attack without stopping. During this period, he needed to sense the position of the moon wolves between the first and second wave, as well as the gap between them and their fatal spots. This wasn't just a test of strength, it was also a test of spirit and reaction. Xiao Qi and the others couldn't see anything. They could only see the moon wolves charging forward dauntlessly. They couldn't see the broken blade that quickly turned into a black light, nor could they see the moon wolves that fell to the ground. They could only see the moon wolves charging forward and hear a series of piu-piu sounds. The arc of the blade couldn't be seen. They could only see the moon wolves charging forward without regard for their lives. If these moon wolves were humans, their actions of charging forward dauntlessly would definitely be respectable. Even now, they were still charging forward fearlessly to their deaths. That was something worthy of others' admiration. Xiao Qi, Xiao Jin, Tang Pu, and Xiang Xian were deeply moved by the scene before them. As the weakest among the pseudo-divine beasts, it was also the most terrifying existence. This kind of fearless spirit was indeed frightening. Although they admired him in their hearts, they did not want Yulang to gain the upper hand in this life and death situation. They silently hoped that Zichen would win. Through the small hole, they couldn't see anything else other than the moon wolf's corpse. The corpses were piled up like mountains, blocking their line of sight. They didn't know how Zichen was doing, but they knew that Zichen was still alive. This was because the puffing sounds were still ringing out, and the Moon Wolf King's howls of command could be heard from time to time. After fighting for so long, I'm afraid Zichen's energy consumption has reached its limit. We can't go on like this. Why don't we go and help? Tang Pu said anxiously. Xiao Qi smiled bitterly and said, with our strength, going out would just be adding to the chaos. Zichen still has to divert his attention to protect us. Are we just going to watch? Then what else do you want? The reason why Zichen wanted to leave the sacred origin liquid was probably because he anticipated this situation. He knows that we can't count on him, so he has to hold on. Right now, all we can do is watch. If Zichen unfortunately dies in battle, we'll be right behind him. Xiao Qi looked at the mountain of moon wolf corpses and said, right now, we can only hope that Zichen can hold on a little longer and that those moon wolves can retreat a little faster. The other three didn't say anything else. Looking at the situation before them, hoping that the moon wolves would retreat was undoubtedly a pipe dream. This seemed to be a dead end. Bang! A loud sound rang out as a gap appeared in the mountain of moon wolf corpses. A ray of light flew out and arrived near the hole. It's Zichen. When they saw that ray of light turn into Zichen, Xiao Qi and the others were shocked and stared at Zichen. Zichen was currently covered in blood, as if his entire body had been drenched in it. As for who the blood belonged to, they still couldn't figure it out for the time being. After appearing, Zichen was gasping for breath as sweat mixed with blood dripped from his body. After a short battle, Zichen had achieved extraordinary results, but he had also expended a lot of his energy. Before the moon wolves could react, Zichen reached his left hand into his clothes and retrieved a jade bottle, pouring out a drop of sacred origin liquid and swallowing it. Sacred origin liquid was practically the foundation of this world. It could heal injuries, awaken abilities, and even replenish energy. It was practically omnipotent. However, its greatest use was to help awaken abilities. Everything else, be it healing or replenishing energy, would be a waste of natural resources. However, nothing was more important than one's life at a time like this. So what if it was wasted? A drop of St. Genesis liquid entered Zichen's stomach, giving him a refreshing feeling. The energy he had previously expended was rapidly recovering, while his heavy breathing gradually stopped. Woo-woo! What seemed to be the Moon Wolf King's voice rang out once again. The moon wolves that had been charging towards the pile of moon wolf corpses rapidly changed directions. When they saw Zi Chen's figure again, they began to charge again. Bzz. The broken blade in Zi Chen's hand vibrated. Black blade arcs flashed once again as another pile of wolf corpses appeared. Xiao Qi and the others could only watch on, praying that Zi Chen would not fall. They were unable to provide any other assistance to Zi Chen. Zi Chen's energy consumption had increased once again. He left the battlefield once more and swiftly swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. The whining was still echoing, but Zi Chen could only hear it and was unable to sense the Moon Wolf King's location. The other party was very cunning, perhaps even more cunning than humans. It only hid in the distance and gave out orders, not daring to approach Zi Chen at all. This was not the only place where the moon wolves were hunting. At this moment, moon wolves could be seen everywhere within a radius of several hundred miles. There were countless moon wolves, but they did not panic. Every pack of moon wolves was followed by a moon wolf king that was over 2 meters tall. The Moon Wolf King commanded the pack of moon wolves to attack, surround, and hunt. Under their siege, powerful pseudo-divine beasts were killed one after another. The pseudo-divine beasts that had previously fled from Zi Chen's group had already been separated by the moon wolves' encirclement and were subsequently killed one by one. In addition to these pseudo-divine beasts, the moon wolves would also encounter some hunters that had gone out to hunt. So far, apart from Zi Chen's group, all the other hunters that had entered the moon wolves' sealed area had already been killed by the moon wolves. Now, in this vast area, only Zi Chen's group of 5 were still alive. It was likely that only Zi Chen's group of 5 were still alive. Pooh! Pooh! Blade arcs were still flashing rapidly. Zi Chen did not hesitate in his attacks, and his strength did not decrease in the slightest. Moon wolves fell one after another in front of him. The battle had already lasted for 4 hours, and Zi Chen had used up 4 drops of sacred source liquid. It was almost 1 drop per hour. There were still 4 hours before daybreak, and Zi Chen only had 16 drops of sacred source liquid left. During these 4 hours, Zi Chen could vaguely sense the Moon Wolf King's location, but he did not dare to rashly charge forward to kill it. Woo-woo! The Moon Wolf King's voice rang out once again. This time it was relatively far away, and its voice was much clearer. It did not sound like an order, but some kind of signal to ask for reinforcements. The moment the voice rang out, Zi Chen determined the direction of the Moon Wolf King. After saying, "Hold on for a while," he charged forward with the broken blade in hand. The sudden change from a passive counterattack to an active attack caused the moon wolves to be slightly stunned. Zi Chen used this opportunity to charge forward like a bolt of lightning. Woo-woo! The Moon Wolf King's voice rang out once again. This time it sounded very urgent and anxious. It had guessed the human's motive for suddenly attacking. The moon wolves seemed to have gone mad as they pounced towards Zi Chen. However, their speed could not match up to Zi Chen's, and their attacks all missed. Woo-woo! A new order was issued. The moon wolves from all directions no longer surrounded Zi Chen and instead charged forward. They were charging in the same direction as Zi Chen. Evidently, Zi Chen's judgment was right. That direction was where the Moon Wolf King was. Moreover, the Moon Wolf King had very keenly guessed his intentions. While signaling the moon wolves to block him, it had also stealthily changed directions. Zi Chen still did not sense any trace of the Moon Wolf King. Upon hearing Zi Chen's order, Xiao Qi and the other 3 were very vigilant. However, the moon wolves did not attack them as they had expected. The moon wolves that were about to charge into the cave suddenly turned around and left after hearing the Moon Wolf King's voice. Of course, the 4 of them did not think that the moon wolves would retreat. They knew that the moon wolves had gone to surround and kill Zi Chen. Swoosh! The heavenly thunder wings on his back flapped at a high frequency. Zi-Chen was very fast. However, there were many moonwolves. Many of them had been beside the Moonwolf King previously. Therefore, when he charged forward, many moonwolves would rush out to stop him. The only thing he could do was to fight his way out. Pooh! 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 A black saber arc flashed past, and 3 moonwolves were cut in half at the waist. Zi-Chen dodged through the empty space. After passing through the empty space, Zi-Chen saw even more moonwolves pouncing towards him. They were so densely packed that Zi-Chen could not see what was in front of him. Fortunately, Zi-Chen had his perception. He did not need to use his eyes to see his surroundings. In his perception, the moonwolves in other directions were charging forward. However, the moonwolves in a certain direction were constantly retreating. Zi-Chen instantly changed directions and flew to the side. After passing by these moonwolves, Zi-Chen, who had not killed them, sped up significantly. In the blink of an eye, a very large moonwolf appeared in his perception. At this moment, there was a group of moon wolves guarding it as it headed to the top. As if it had sensed the abnormality behind it, the Moonwolf King leaped a few times and easily reached the top of the mountain. Its pair of eyes, which emitted a green light in the dark night, stared straight at Zi-Chen. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Combined with the expression in its spectral eyes, it looked like a human's contempt and mockery. It seemed to be saying to Zi-Chen, "What can you do to me?" Zi-Chen, who was covered in blood, looked at the Moonwolf King and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth, replying with the same contempt and mockery. Chapter 2319. The distance between Zi-Chen and the Moonwolf King was not too far. Under normal circumstances, Zi-Chen would be able to reach the peak of the mountain and reach the Moonwolf King with just a few leaps. However, at this moment, there were many moonwolves blocking their path. Furthermore, many of these moonwolves had already launched their attacks. The Moonwolf King deduced that this human could not even take care of himself. It was impossible for him to cross such a long distance to kill it. The Moonwolf King's expression just now was one of mockery and disdain, expressing its disdain for the human. This was because the human had miscalculated and had to pay the price. The Moonwolf King stopped smiling and opened its mouth to issue a new order. Once this order was issued, it was time for the human to pay the price for his miscalculation. Not only would the human not be able to kill it, but he would also cause other humans to die because of this foolish decision. The Moonwolf King opened its mouth and issued an order to send some of the moon wolves back to kill the other humans in the cave. The Moonwolf King saw the human smile in response, but it did not pay much attention to it. With its intelligence, it could not tell that the human was a threat to it at all. Therefore, it thought that the human smile was one of extreme anger. It opened its mouth and was about to issue an order when it suddenly felt a sense of danger. This sense of danger was very strong and came without warning. It could not quickly determine where the threat came from. However, due to its innate sensitivity, it leaped to the side of the mountain peak. This was its body's natural reaction. Swoosh! Just as it left its original spot, a black light appeared where it had been standing. It was very fast and disappeared in a flash. A hint of fear flashed through the Moonwolf King's mocking eyes. It was obvious that if it had reacted a little slower, its head would have been pierced by the black light. What was that black light? A human's hidden weapon? The Moonwolf King, who possessed extraordinary intelligence, guessed inwardly. At the same time, it was glad that it had reacted quickly. It looked at the human again with fear and even more killing intent. This time the human did not kill it, so it would kill all the humans here. It looked at the human, who happened to be looking at it at the same time. The human's snow-white teeth were still bared, and the smile on his face did not weaken at all. The Moonwolf King could not understand this smile. Its attack had clearly missed. Of course, There was no need for it to understand. That was because the flash of black light had changed direction in an instant and was rapidly approaching. This time, the Moon Wolf King's reaction was not faster than the black light. Pooh! The black light instantly pierced through the Moon Wolf King's head. The doubt in the Moon Wolf King's cold eyes froze. Its eyes stared at Zichen and then became lifeless. Bang! It fell from the top of the mountain and lost all signs of life. After tumbling for a while, it stopped not far from Zichen. The black light that pierced through the Moon Wolf King's head turned into a flying dagger and circled around Zichen before returning to his sleeve. With the death of the Moon Wolf King, there was a brief moment of silence. The gazes of the Moon Wolves were fixed on the dead Moon Wolf King. There was no grief, only silence. Zichen stood where he was. His sweat mixed with his blood. The broken saber in his hand was also dripping with blood. With an indifferent gaze, he swept his gaze across the Moon Wolves who had lost their leader. These Moon Wolves, who had shown no fear of death before, now had obvious fear in their eyes as they began to slowly retreat. As expected, looking at the retreating Moon Wolves, Zichen's heart skipped a beat. The courage of these Moon Wolves indeed came from the Moon Wolf King. After realizing this, he turned around and strode towards the cave. As he moved forward, he did not put up any defenses. He just swaggered forward. However, the Moon Wolves did not dare to take the opportunity to attack. Instead, they kept retreating. Zichen returned to the cave and sat down cross-legged. Seeing Zichen reappear and sit down cross-legged while the Moon Wolves were nowhere to be seen, Xiaoqi and the others were very surprised. Where are the Moon Wolves? Have they all left? Xiaoqi asked. There was an uncontrollable excitement in her voice. If the Moon Wolves had really retreated, then they had really struck it rich this time. These Moon Wolf corpses could be exchanged for a lot of resources. Come out and take a look. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged with his back facing the cave, said. The excited Xiaoqi immediately scurried out. However, when he walked out of the cave, he was dumbfounded. This was because there was still a dense pack of Moon Wolves in his line of sight. Although they did not immediately attack, they did not retreat either. Instead, they stood a few hundred meters away from Zichen, facing each other. What did you do? They seemed to be very afraid of you. Xiaojin, who had just walked out, asked. I just killed the Moon Wolf King. Zichen's words shocked the four of them. However, this was clearly not the time to ask about the details of the battle. Xiaoqi asked, since the Moon Wolf King is gone, why haven't they retreated? Who knows? Maybe they are waiting for a new Moon Wolf King to arrive. Get me some food first. I used too much energy just now. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged to recover, said. When Xiaoqi heard this, he immediately turned around and returned to the cave to get the dry rations and water that he had already prepared. Tang Pu said coldly, These damned bastards want to eat us? Then let's eat their companions first. I want to roast wolf meat. Drink wolf blood. Let's just eat the dry rations. Doing so will only anger them. It won't do us any good. When they retreat, we will be truly safe. Zichen stopped Tang Pu's actions. Doing so would only be a temporary relief. However, it would be very troublesome in the future. Wiping away the blood on his face, Zichen took a piece of biscuit from Xiaoqi's hand. Ignoring the blood on his hand, he ate it. What should we do? Looking at the countless Moon Wolves, Xiaoqi's expression was bitter. Replenish our energy and conserve it. Zichen, who was eating the biscuit and drinking water, said, If the Moon Wolves did not retreat, the battle would not end. When the new Wolf King arrived, it would be time for the battle to resume. Another 2 hours passed. Zichen, who had rested for 2 hours, had recovered a lot of energy. At this moment, the sky was already turning white. It was as if the sky was about to brighten. I really didn't expect that we would be able to see the sun the next day after encountering the Moon Wolves. Xiao Jin looked at the white sky and could not help but sigh. This is indeed a miracle. However, if we can see the sun rise the day after tomorrow, we might have a chance of survival. Xiao Qi said. The moon wolves' hunting time was very short. Under normal circumstances, they could ransack an area in a day or two, so they would not stay for too long. Now, they only hoped that the moon wolves would leave quickly after ransacking. Of course, this was just pure hope. Perhaps the moon wolves would not leave until they took them down. Before the sky was completely bright, Zichen heard a whining sound. The new Moon Wolf King had appeared. These moon wolves, who had always been afraid of Zichen, seemed to forget their fear when they heard the Moon Wolf King's voice. They pounced at Zichen. Another fierce battle began. Xiao Qi and the other three hid in the cave and watched anxiously but helplessly. Just like before, Zichen continued his slaughter, quietly changing his direction in the midst of the slaughter. However, every time he moved slightly further away from the cave, a moon wolf would launch an attack at the cave. At the same time, the whining sound did not appear in the same place. Sometimes it would appear in the east and sometimes in the west. Clearly, this new Moon Wolf King was more cunning and difficult to deal with. After knowing that the Moon Wolf King was the moon wolf's weakness, Zichen did not care too much. In any case, these moon wolves were temporarily unable to charge into the cave. Therefore, after guessing the approximate location of the Moon Wolf King, Zichen left again. This time, the moment Zichen moved, the moon wolves split into two groups. One group attacked Zichen while the other attacked the cave. During this time, some used force to move the boulder, while others continued to dig. When the sky was completely bright, Zichen changed directions 3 times before he finally sensed the unique Moon Wolf King. However, there were too many moon wolves guarding the Moon Wolf King, so it was impossible for him to charge over. Fortunately, Zichen did not need to charge forward. All he needed to do was pretend that he was charging forward. While charging forward, Zichen controlled the throwing knife. It was like a beam of light that shuttled between the moon wolves. In the end, the throwing knife pierced through the Moon Wolf King's eye and came out from the back of its head. The second Moon Wolf King was dead. Zichen still had 13 drops of sacred source liquid left. Zichen did not know if it was because the hunt was coming to an end or if they had sensed trouble. But after the second Moon Wolf King died, he saw the moon wolves charging forward again. This time, Zichen did not hear the Moon Wolf King's commands. However, these moon wolves had the courage to not fear death. This time, after expending 4 drops of sacred source liquid, Zichen found the Moon Wolf King and used the throwing knife to kill it. This time, the throwing knife did not go smoothly, as the Moon Wolf King was extremely vigilant. Over a dozen moon wolves had sacrificed themselves to save him, causing Zichen a lot of trouble. Now, Zichen still had 9 drops of sacred source liquid left. In the cave, Xiao Qi and the other 3 only had 1 drop of sacred source liquid left. 30 miles to the south of where Zichen was fighting, there was a plain. The moon wolves that had returned from their hunt had all stopped here. In addition to the countless moon wolves, there were also dozens of Moon Wolf Kings. After returning to the plain, they would involuntarily glance in a certain direction with obvious reverence in their eyes. In that direction, there was an even larger Moon Wolf King. Its eyes were cold and deep, just like a wise man among humans. At the moment, a Moon Wolf King was crouching in front of it, reporting something to it in wolf language. When the largest Moon Wolf King heard the report from the Moon Wolf King beside it, it turned its head and looked in a certain direction. Its deep, human-like eyes glinted coldly. The Moon Wolf King was looking in the direction of Zichen's battle. At the same time, Zichen heard the voices of 4 Moon Wolf Kings from 4 different directions. Chapter 23:20. Howling sounds could be heard from 4 different directions, indicating that 4 Moon Wolf Kings had appeared. They still hadn't appeared in Zi Chen's perception, after killing several Moon Wolf Kings in a row. The newcomers seemed to be able to accurately understand the situation of the previous battle and deliberately maintain a distance from Zichen. The moment the 4 howls sounded, the Moon Wolves didn't attack as usual. Instead, they rapidly retreated. Are they retreating? Xiao Qi and the others, who had been nervously watching all this, had obvious changes in their expressions when they saw this scene. Of course, they couldn't retreat. If they did, the 4 Moon Wolf Kings wouldn't have appeared. Zi Chen was very confident about this. Sure enough, the Moon Wolves only retreated a short distance before completely stopping. When he saw the Moon Wolves stop, Zi Chen's pupils involuntarily shrank. The Moon Wolves had already spread out and were standing in 4 different directions around Zi Chen. They were arranged neatly, like 4 neat formations on all sides of Zi Chen. With the addition of the 4 Moon Wolf Kings, they could distribute the Moon Wolves more effectively and display their full strength. Looks like we're in trouble this time. Zi Chen, who was covered in blood, turned around and glanced at the entrance of the cave. You guys take care. As he spoke, Zi Chen threw out a jade bottle containing 2 drops of sacred origin fluid. He only had 7 drops of sacred origin fluid left. With the addition of the 4 Moon Wolf Kings, the Moon Wolves had undoubtedly turned from small fries into brave, battle-ready soldiers. If they continued to passively defend, they would face an endless number of Moon Wolves. Given their insufficient resources, only death would await them. If they wanted to live, they had to take the initiative to attack. This was the first time Zi Chen had ever thought that he was invincible when facing an encirclement ever since he started his cultivation journey. In the past, he hadn't been afraid of any encirclement battles. Today, however, these Moon Wolves had truly made him feel the terror of a numerical advantage. Whoosh! With a flap of his lightning wings, Zi Chen turned around and charged in a certain direction. He couldn't see the Moon Wolf King, but he could guess that he was in this direction. Like truly well-trained soldiers, when Zi Chen charged forward, the Moon Wolves from 2 adjacent directions sprinted forward in unison to surround and kill Zi Chen. As for Moon Wolf, who was behind Zi Chen, he was heading towards the entrance of the cave. His target was the people in the cave. Pooh! 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 Facing the oncoming Moon Wolves, Zi Chen did not use his saber. Instead, he kept charging forward. His speed was very fast, like a beam of light. Beside him, there was a real beam of black light protecting him. Black light was a flying knife controlled by Zi Chen. It could change its direction according to Zi Chen's will. This should be Zi Chen's greatest trump card, which he only used when he killed the Wolf King. But now, facing these well-trained Moon Wolves, he had no choice but to use it. With this move, Zi Chen did not need to attack personally, so his speed naturally increased. As he passed by, Moon Wolves fell one after another. Rivers of blood flowed on the battlefield. When nearly half of his stamina was depleted, Zi Chen finally saw the Moon Wolf King. Unlike the other Moon Wolf Kings, the Moon Wolf King did not choose to flee upon seeing him. Instead, it chose to let the other Moon Wolves protect him. When it saw Zi Chen, the Moon Wolf King stood tall on a large rock. Its eyes were cold and indifferent. Awoo! It raised its head to the sky and roared. It was no longer a sound of command. After roaring, it jumped down from the big rock and rushed towards Zi Chen. Beside, it was a pack of Moon Wolves. It led the pack of Moon Wolves and charged towards Zi Chen. Such a scene was like a human general leading his personal soldiers on the battlefield and taking the initiative to charge. It had to be said that among the Moon Wolf Kings that Zi Chen had killed, this one was the one that was the least afraid of death. He saw the Moon Wolf King and also sensed it. As long as he could sense it, he would be in attack range. With a thought, the flying dagger turned into a black light and charged forward. Its target was the Moon Wolf King. Seeing the black light flying towards it, the Moon Wolf King's eyes were still cold. It continued to charge forward without any intention of dodging. Swoosh! Beside it, one of the Moon Wolf King's personal soldiers rushed forward and blocked the black light. Uft! The black light penetrated its body. The powerful inertia caused its body to fly backward. The black light flew into the distance. During this time, it turned in midair and turned back again. This time, the black light attacked from behind. When it was about to reach the Moon Wolf King, another Moon Wolf King's personal soldier jumped up and blocked the black light with his body. Uft! Another Moon Wolf died. The Moon Wolf King did not slow down. It was as if it did not see the fatal black light. Its target was Zi-Chun in front of it. Beside it, the number of Moon Wolf's personal soldiers was decreasing. They were blocking the attacks for the Moon Wolf King. They were dying valiantly. This scene made Zi-Chun's expression change. If he had the absolute advantage, Zi-Chun believed that he would show mercy. However, the colder the Moon Wolf King was, the more fearless the Moon Wolves were. This brought Zi-Chun closer to death. He could not show any mercy. If he wanted to return to Soi Town alive, he had to kill all the enemies in front of him. The number of Moon Wolves beside the Moon Wolf King was decreasing. The distance between the two parties was also decreasing. When the last Moon Wolf died for the Moon Wolf King, the man and the Moon Wolf King finally entered their respective attack range. At this moment, the Moon Wolf King's eyes were cold. It was a coldness that showed that it was not afraid of death. Zi-Chun looked at the Moon Wolf King with a cold gaze. It was a coldness that showed that it was willing to kill all the enemies in front of it for the sake of survival. The Moon Wolf King's front paws stomped on the ground. It leaped up and pounced on Zi-Chun. The flying dagger, formed by the black light, penetrated the Moon Wolf King's body. However, it only hit its afterimage. The Moon Wolf King instantly accelerated. Its speed was unimaginable, and it dodged Zi-Chun's attack. Apart from the Moon Wolf King, there were many more Moon Wolves around Zi-Chun. There was very little space for him to use his extreme speed. With a flash of the blade, the surrounding Moon Wolves were sliced apart and fell one by one. Zi-Chun turned around in an instant. The Moon Wolf King was already in front of him. Its powerful claws grabbed Zi-Chun's shoulders and pressed him to the ground. At the same time, it extended its fangs and aimed for Zi-Chun's throat. This attack was even faster. Zi-Chun could clearly feel the pain coming from his throat. However, he was still one step faster. The moment his throat was about to be pierced, the broken blade in his hand pierced through the Moon Wolf King's head from its jaw. The Moon Wolf King's sharp fangs had already pierced Zi-Chun's skin. It only needed a little more force to pierce Zi-Chun's throat. However, all the strength in his body dissipated in an instant. The Moon Wolf King was dead, but the battle was not over. There were still 3 Moon Wolf Kings. More Moon Wolves rushed up and bit at Zi-Chun, who was lying on the ground. Pum! The Moon Wolf King's corpse flew up and smashed into a few Moon Wolves. Zi-Chun, who had fallen to the ground, leaped up. His figure flickered a few times and dodged a wave of attacks. After that, Zi-Chun turned around and charged towards the second Moon Wolf King. He had to kill 4 Moon Wolf Kings as quickly as possible. After swallowing a drop of sacred source liquid, Zi-Chun increased his speed once again. When he swallowed the second drop of sacred source liquid, Zi-Chun encountered the second Moon Wolf King. Just like the Moon Wolf King from before, it did not immediately run away when it saw Zi-Chun. It also did not try to stall for time. Instead, it took the initiative to charge at Zi-Chun. The process was the same as before. The first to die were the Moon Wolves guarding the Moon Wolf King. The Moon Wolf King ignored their lives and charged forward indifferently. It cooperated with the other Moon Wolves around it to pounce on Zi-Chun. This time, Zi-Chun was not knocked down. However, The Moon Wolf King's sharp claws tore apart his black clothes and left a deep claw mark on his chest. Zi-Chin chopped down with his blade. The Moon Wolf King's head was split open and it fell in front of Zi-Chin. The other moon wolves swarmed forward and left many wounds on Zi-Chen's body. A black light flashed and the moon wolves died. Zi-Chen charged towards the third Moon Wolf King. Zi-Chin, who was busy killing the Moon Wolf King, did not know that even more moon wolves and moon wolf kings were heading in his direction. Among these moon wolf kings, there was an existence similar to a king among kings. All the moon wolves in this area had started to gather. Their target was the mountain range Zi-Chin was in. This was a final encirclement before they retreated. Uft, uft. Just as the moon wolf opened its mouth and its sharp teeth were about to bite Xiu-Qi, the sword in Xiu-Qi's hand pierced the moon wolf's head. Xiu-Jin, who was beside her, did the same. It had been some time since Zi-Chin had left, so they didn't know how he was doing. However, they were in a very bad situation. Even though they had already killed many moon wolves, there were still many more standing guard outside. The four of them had long exhausted their physical strength. They had already used 2 drops of sacred source fluid and were left with only 1 drop. Zi-Chin had given them 2 drops at the last moment. Otherwise, they would have been unable to hold on. However, this drop of sacred source fluid could not change anything. The sounds of digging could be heard all around the cave, as if the moon wolves could dig a hole and charge in at any moment. Pum! Soil and gravel fell from above. A beam of light shone in, only to be blocked by a wolf head. The appearance of the wolf caused the 4 of them to change their expressions. The cave had already been forcefully dug out. Go there and kill the enemies. Xiu-Qi ordered loudly. Pum! 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 However, before Tang Pu could kill the moon wolf, the same sounds came from several other places. Then, large holes appeared one after another, each large enough to allow a moon wolf to pass through. The 4 of them paled when they saw this scene, despair appearing in their eyes. The cave had already been captured. What awaited them next was death. Moon wolves drilled in one after another, pouncing towards the 4 of them. The 4 of them were still putting up their final resistance. Xiu-Qi and Xiu-Jin were already on the ground and could die at any moment. Right at this moment, a voice came from the outside. The moon wolves were stunned. Then they gave up on the prey that was about to reach their mouths and crawled out of the cave, leaving behind the 4 survivors. Chapter 23-21. The moon wolves who were about to succeed suddenly left. They didn't even care about the corpses in the cave. The densely packed moon wolves outside also retreated like the tide. The surroundings became quiet. Only the corpses of the moon wolves on the ground and the thick smell of blood in the air reminded them of the fierce battle that had just happened. What's going on? Did the moon wolves retreat? Everyone looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Maybe Zi-Chin killed the Wolf King, Xianxian said. But even if he killed the Wolf King, the other moon wolves shouldn't have retreated, because they were afraid of Zi-Chin, not Xiu-Qi and the other 3. Moreover, a moon wolf was about to succeed just now and could easily kill him and Xiu-Jin. The 4 of them were puzzled by this scene, so they decided to go out and take a look. In any case, this cave no longer served as a shelter. It was the same whether they were outside or inside. The 4 of them walked out one after another. Outside, the corpses of the moon wolves were piled up like a mountain. The 4 of them stepped on the moon wolves' corpses and came to a high place. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. In their line of sight, the surrounding mountains had turned snow-white, as if they were covered in snow. As far as the eye could see, it was snow-white. There was no other color. The snow-white wasn't real snow, but caused by the moon wolves filling up the ground. They were all moon wolves. The number was impossible to estimate, but there were at least 10,000 of them. Other than the ordinary moon wolves, there were many larger moon wolves. They had seen the Wolf King's corpse before and knew that those larger moon wolves were the Wolf Kings. There were more than 50 of them. The 4 of them were shocked and their faces were ashen. So many moon wolves had appeared at once. They should be all the moon wolves hunting in this area. They had gathered together and should be preparing for the final battle before retreating. How could they survive with so many moon wolves? They looked around and saw Zichen and the corpse of the Moon Wolf King at Zichen's feet. The 4 of them looked at each other and walked toward Zichen. Even if they were to face death, they could choose to die together. Hearing the footsteps, Zichen didn't turn around. His eyes were fixed in front of him. Xiuqi and the other 3 came to Zichen's side. Their gazes naturally followed the direction of Zichen's gaze. After that, they bitterly smiled, a smile of despair. At the end of his line of sight stood an even larger Moon Wolf King. Just by looking at its size, one could tell that it was a very powerful existence. However, what made them feel despair was not the other party's size, but the other party's eyes. The moment they saw each other's eyes, they felt like they were not looking at a wolf, but a person. He was the leader of an army, a cold general, and an emperor who held their lives in his hands. The other party's eyes were wise, cold, and merciless. The moment they saw each other, the 4 of them knew very well that there was no chance of survival this time. Using his knowledge, Xiuqi said to Zichen, "It's at least a rank 3 pseudo-divine beast, which is equivalent to a rank 3 hunter. But usually, a pseudo-divine beast is much more powerful than a hunter of the same level." What he meant was very clear. Even without the countless moon wolves, the commander of the moon wolf in front of them could kill the 5 of them. On the other side, Xiujin said, "It should be the commander of this hunt, the president." Facing the impending death, they were unwilling to accept it, but they did not break down emotionally. In truth, they had long expected this to happen. If it wasn't for Zichen, they would not have been able to hold on for so long. Zichen did not say anything. His gaze was fixed on the strongest Moon Wolf King. Time passed second by second, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Confusion began to appear on the faces of Xiuqi and the others. There were so many moon wolves, and a single charge would be enough to wipe them out. However, the other party did not attack. What were they waiting for? Were they waiting for the other moon wolves? No one knew the answer, so they could only wait. However, the taste of waiting for death was clearly not pleasant. "Zichen, what's going on?" After another 15 minutes, Xiang Xian couldn't help but ask when she saw that the moon wolves had yet to make a move. Zichen shook his head. "I'm not sure." At this moment, he had also stopped staring at the unique Moon Wolf King. He was also very confused as to why the other party did not give any orders. Looking at this scene, there shouldn't be any living creatures left in this area. If we're lucky enough to return alive, there's no need for us to come out. Xiuqi sighed. If we can return alive, there's no need for us to come out. Just these moon wolves alone will make us a fortune. We don't even need to stay in Soe Town and can go to other towns. Tang Pu said, under such circumstances, it was not realistic to want to return alive, unless the moon wolves were willing to let them go. But that was even more unrealistic. They would not let go of a murderer who had wantonly slaughtered their companions. This stalemate lasted for about 2 hours, and finally there was a new change. At the end of their line of sight, traces of moon wolves appeared once again. Following the appearance of these moon wolves, the moon wolves that had stopped here all turned around and prostrated themselves on the ground, like subjects welcoming their emperor. There were more than 10 moon wolves at the end of their line of sight, and each of them was similar in size to the commander in front of them. In the middle of them, there was a pure white moon wolf guarding it. This moon wolf was relatively small, about the same size as an ordinary moon wolf. However, looking at the moon wolf that was being guarded, everyone felt as if they were looking at a person. Whether it was its demeanor or the way it walked, it was extremely similar to a real human. These moon wolves quickly came over, and wherever they passed, the other moon wolves would take the initiative to make way. Soon, they arrived in front of Zichin and met the moon wolf commander. Then, the moon wolf commander prostrated himself on the ground and bowed like a subject. The moon wolf that was not big in size, but its fur was as white as snow. It nodded lightly and walked past the moon wolf. Its eyes fell on Zichin. It was a pair of bright and intelligent eyes that were very pure. At this moment, these eyes were sizing up Zichin, and Zichin was also sizing it up. At this moment, a shocking scene occurred. The moon wolf's body actually changed, and it turned from a moon wolf into a young girl wearing a white fur coat. She was about 16 to 17 years old, and her hands were as slender as jade. Her 10 fingers wrapped around the fur coat, and her clear eyes looked at Zichin. Zichin was very surprised by this scene, and his gaze fluctuated. Beside him, Xiuqi and the other 3 were so shocked that they could not say a word. Actually, it was not appropriate to say that they were shocked. It was more appropriate to say that they were shocked. In this world, there were pseudo-divine beasts that could transform, but they were all legendary existences. Existences that were ridiculously powerful only lived in legends. They did not expect to see such an existence today, and it was a moon wolf that had transformed into one. Although she had manifested a harmless young girl, this was only her appearance. As long as the other party had the ability to transform, she would be a super terrifying existence. With a light flick of her finger, she would be able to kill the 5 of them. Clearly, the reason why the moon wolves had not attacked yet was because of her existence. But what was such an expert doing here? Was she thinking of a way to kill them? That was not very likely, because existences at their level were like ants in her eyes. Sizing up Zichin, the young girl blinked her bright eyes. She looked at Zichin and said, "According to the promise from back then, I will spare your life today." Her voice was crisp and light, just like her appearance at this moment, as pure as a snow lotus. These words were directed at Zichin, because the young girl did not even look at Xiuqi and the other 3. Promise? What promise? Zichin asked, his eyes filled with confusion. The young girl looked at Zichin and said, "You don't need to know, and you don't have the qualifications to know. You are too weak. It's hard to imagine that you are related." Hearing her words, Zichin was even more confused. He guessed that it was because of Yi Qian. Yi Qian was known as a goddess, but after coming here, he had not seen her. In this world, the only person who was willing to help him was Yi Qian. But this young girl was talking about back then, which was clearly something from a long time ago. But he had been here for less than a year. "Is the person you are talking about a man or a woman?" Zichin asked again. "You are too weak. Although the promise has been fulfilled, it will be a disgrace to the Moon Empress bloodline." The young girl spoke very seriously, her eyes still clear. She did not have any intention of belittling Zichin, but her words were very hurtful. Chapter 23-22. The Moon Wolf Girl turned and left after finishing her sentence, not sparing another glance at Zichin. Zichin was baffled by her words. He wondered why she was willing to let him go, and who exactly was the person she had made a promise to. Xiuqi and the rest did not care about this. As long as they could return alive, the reason was not important. Of course, they were still very grateful to Zichin. He had saved them several times already. This time, it was even more dangerous than the last time. They had even seen a mythical beast that could only appear in legends, which had shaken them to the core. After the Moon Wolf Girl left, the other Moon Wolves followed. However, 4 Moon Wolf King corpses were taken away by them. In addition, the Moon Wolf bodyguards that had been guarding the 4 Moon Wolf Kings were also taken away by the other Moon Wolves. However, the Moon Wolf King corpses that Zichin had killed were not taken away. They were left here with the other Moon Wolf corpses. "We're rich. We're rich." The moon wolves were already far away, like a moving cloud. Tang Pu was very excited at the sight of the moon wolf corpses. This time, they had not only survived a calamity, but also encountered a huge opportunity. With so many moon wolf corpses, it would be a huge fortune once they brought them back. While Zichun was still pondering over the reason, the other four were already considering how to bring the moon wolf corpses back. Xiao Qi said, "It's not realistic to take them all. We can only take a portion." "A portion? Then what about the rest?" "These are all sacred origin liquid that Zichun risked his life to obtain. Are we going to let others take advantage of them?" Xiao Qi said, "Then what should we do?" "Send them back batch by batch. Leave some people here to guard them." "Can you guarantee that they'll return alive and arrive here alive?" Repeatedly, Tang Pu was taken aback, but did not say anything else. So many corpses represented a huge amount of sacred origin liquid. Who wouldn't be tempted and go crazy for it? Looks like we can only skin them here. After all, the only valuable part of the moon wolf is its skin. The moon wolf skin was the most valuable, but that did not mean that the other parts were worthless. However, it seemed that this was the only choice they could make. Only by doing so could they maximize their gains and benefits. But if he only took away the moon wolf pelt, it would be much easier. This time, the four of them did not suffer any injuries. Thus, when Zichun sat cross-legged to heal his injuries, they personally began to collect the moon wolf pelts. If it weren't for the fact that he had to fight 4 moon wolf kings at the end, Zichun wouldn't have been injured. However, the last 4 moon wolf kings, who were not afraid of death, gave Zichun quite a bit of trouble. Due to the moon wolf hunt, no one would set foot in this area for a short period of time. No one would dare to set foot in this area, so no one would come here to snatch the spoils of war. Zichun could rest assured and recover from his injuries. To Xiao Qi and the others, harvesting first should be a small matter. Although they didn't dare to say that they were very skilled, they could still be considered skilled. They could finish off one in a few minutes. When they were harvesting, they chose the relatively complete hides of the moon wolves. The hides of the moon wolf kings were the first to be harvested. Because the price of this kind of wolf king skin was relatively higher, they had to be very careful when harvesting it, and it was all done by the more meticulous Xiangxian. "We're rich. We're really rich this time." Tang Pu was happily collecting the moon wolf pelts. He was in high spirits. Facing the moon wolf hunt, not only did they not die, but they also obtained hundreds of moon wolf corpses. This was simply a blessing in disguise. Xiangxian and Xiao Jin were the same when they were harvesting. The harvest this time was really too great. Even if Zichun took 90%, the remaining 10% was still a huge harvest for the 4 of them. Let's speed up a little. After we're done harvesting, we have to adjust to our best condition, Xiao Qi instructed from the side. In the face of such a great harvest, no one wouldn't be jealous, so it was necessary to make the necessary preparations. The prerequisite for them to return was that Zichun had to recover. Only he could protect these moon wolf pelts. Zichun didn't need to worry about the harvesting. The 4 of them could handle it. Zichun only needed to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Whether they could bring these moon wolf pelts back this time would depend on Zichun. 3 days later, after using the last drop of sacred source liquid, Zichun's injuries were completely healed. During this time, Xiangxian, who had finished harvesting all the moon wolf pelts of various sizes, tallied up a total of 872 moon wolf pelts. Even at the lowest possible price, this was equivalent to 872 drops of sacred source liquid, which was a huge fortune. Tang Pu cut down a few big trees nearby and made a simple handcart. He tied one end of the handcart to the body of the puppet cow with a vine. Fortunately, the cow puppet hadn't directly participated in the battle and had survived. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to take away all the moonwolf pelts. After recovering from his injuries, Zichun stood up and looked at the 4 people beside him with a strange expression. Their bodies were covered in blood like his, and their night clothes looked as if they had been soaked in blood. This is... Zichen looked at the four in astonishment. Although he knew that the four of them had also participated in the battle, he didn't remember seeing such serious bloodstains on their bodies. This is the only way to strike fear into their hearts and allow us to successfully enter the town. Zichen, you don't understand. The people here are greedy by nature, so we need to deter them. Tang Pu turned around with a bundle of moonwolf pelts in his arms and walked down the mountain. Before leaving, Zichen glanced at the mountain of moonwolf corpses and sighed. If they had enough manpower to transport these corpses back, they would also be able to exchange them for a sizable amount of sacred source liquid. After transporting all the moonwolf pelts to the flat road at the foot of the mountain, they used tree branches to protect them from divine ants and tied them tightly with vines before the group of 5 began their journey back. On the way back, they could occasionally see bloodstains, but not a single corpse or living creature could be seen. News of the moonwolf hunt must have spread, and no hunter in Soe town would dare to come out at this time. Along the way, they didn't need to worry about being ambushed. The only thing they needed to be wary of was the divine mosquitoes and divine ants at night. Therefore, they deliberately avoided them and spent an extra day to get close to Soe town. Soe town's gates were closed at night, so they had to return during the day. At dusk, the cart pulled by the puppet cow headed toward Soe town. News of the moonwolf hunt had spread, and the people nearby all returned to Soe town, not daring to go out again. During this time, there were some who saw the moonwolf with their own eyes. They were lucky to escape because they ran fast and weren't surrounded. Ma Nan was one of the best among them. As a hunter with a pretty good reputation, his luck was undoubtedly extremely good this time. He and his 4 companions had left the hunting ground first when they heard the sound of the earth shaking. They were so frightened that they sped up and ran away. After running for a distance, they saw a moving snow-white expanse between heaven and earth and were extremely shocked. They then saw the moonwolves surround the pseudo-divine beasts and start hunting them. They were lucky to be outside the encirclement. After knowing that the moonwolf god had left the snowfield to hunt, they didn't hesitate and ran towards Soe town. When they arrived at Soe town, they spread the news. Afterward, they boasted about their methods and how they escaped from death. At the same time, in order to show that they were special, they also waited here to see if anyone else could come back alive. However, after waiting for a few days, they didn't find anyone else coming back alive. Therefore, the 5 of them became more and more proud. However, today they suddenly found traces of other people. Moreover, there were 5 people who had obviously participated in the fierce battle. Not only did they come back alive, but they also pulled a cart full of things. The things on the cart were tightly covered, and there was a layer of leaves that were specially used to deal with the divine ants. Although they didn't know what was inside, it was definitely something valuable. Therefore, the 5 of them left the town in advance. When they were 1 kilometer away from the town's gate, they stopped the team. At the town's gate, there were other people in charge of monitoring. They also saw the team of 5 people and immediately reported it. Almost at the same time that Ma Nan's team stopped the 5 people, more than 10 ability users appeared at the town's gate. After that, more and more ability users appeared, and then they walked out of the town. When Zichen's team of 5 returned, they didn't encounter any trouble. They didn't even meet the natural enemies of all creatures in the night. However, when they were 1 kilometer away from Soe town, they were stopped. Trouble is coming, Zichen said indifferently. His mood didn't change much. This was already within their expectations. The 5 people, the cow, and the cart stopped and looked at the 5 people in front of them. Xiao whispered to Zichen, "The leader is called Ma Nan. He is a level 1 hunter. The 4 beside him are also level 1 hunters." This explanation was enough. Zichen had a history of killing level 2 hunters. He was definitely not weaker than a level 2 hunter. No matter how strong a level 1 hunter was, He was still a level 1 hunter. What's on the cart? Let's see. When they were about 10 meters away from the 5 people, Ma Nan pointed at the things on the cart and said, Ma Nan, if you don't want to die, hurry up and back off. Tang Po said in a deep voice, I was wondering who it was. So it's Tang Po. You must be the famous 4th demon hunter cultivator. Looking at you guys, I didn't recognize you. Why? Weren't there 4 of you before? How come there are 5 now? Ma Nan said casually. He didn't stop at all and went straight to the cart. Those who come close will die. Zi Chen's indifferent voice sounded. Oh, you are a tough one. Those who come close will die. What a big mouth. Ma Nan looked at Zi Chen and smiled mockingly. He signaled the person beside him to come forward. The person held a weapon in his hand and strode toward the cart. Chapter 23:23. The other party held a weapon in his hand and stepped forward casually, as if he was sure that Zi Chen would not dare to make a move. Zi Chen put his right hand on the hilt of his sword. This simple action made the other party become vigilant. He stretched out one hand and grabbed the branches covering the cart, while the other hand held the weapon tightly. It seemed like he was grabbing the branches, but in fact, 90% of his attention was on Zi Chen. 90% of a level 1 hunter's attention was nothing to Zi Chen. Swish! The broken sword was unsheathed and flashed. The broken sword returned to its scabbard again. The other party stopped grabbing the branches and raised the weapon in his right hand. His expression changed drastically. His mouth opened as if he was about to shout. However, all these expressions and movements stopped as the saber arc disappeared. Ma Nan's expression froze. A powerful level 1 hunter had actually died in front of him, just like that. That slash was too fast, so fast that no one could react in time. Everything was already over. After the broken sword returned to its scabbard, Zi Chen did not say a word and looked at Ma Nan indifferently. The latter felt a chill in his heart, and the mocking expression from before had completely disappeared. The hunters who came after him were also stunned. Their footsteps slowed down slightly as they thought to themselves that they had encountered a tough opponent, but they had an absolute advantage in numbers. After a slight pause, they quickly came over. However, these people did not walk to the position next to Ma Nan. Instead, they cleverly stood behind Ma Nan and kept a distance. The meaning was obvious. Now this is a grudge between you. You can solve it yourselves first. Ma Nan looked at Zi Chen and nodded. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Qi's group of 4. Not bad. You actually found such a strong assistant. Sun San's reaction was fast in our team, but unexpectedly he couldn't even hold on. You can go. Xiao Qi looked at Ma Nan and said in a deep voice, looking at the situation in front of them, it would be difficult for them to enter the town without blood today. So Xiao Qi did not remind them that Longmin was killed by Zi Chen. Go, you killed our people and you want us to go? However, you can leave, but you have to leave half of the things in the car behind. Ma Nan said coldly. Then there's no room for discussion? Xiao Qi sighed. Of course. Ma Nan said coldly. What happened today has nothing to do with the 4 of you. This is a grudge between us. Step back if you know what's good for you. This was the lowest level of sowing discord. Under normal circumstances, it would not have any effect, because in front of so many people, if the 4 of them moved aside, it would make others think that the 4 of them were not loyal, which would bring a lot of negative effects to the 4 of them. However, contrary to everyone's expectations after hearing Ma Nan's words, the 4 of them actually took a few steps back. Behind him, the hunters who had come forward were stunned. Jiatu and Huangtu, who were in the crowd, saw this scene and cursed in their hearts for being shameless. There were other aptitude users watching beside him, so he couldn't go forward at all. You'd better stay away from this troublemaker, Gartakilo said to Garta Emperor in dissatisfaction. When Ma Nan saw the four of them retreat, his expression was slightly startled. Then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, the four of them were afraid of him, which was why they chose to give up on each other. He gently waved his hand and motioned for the three people beside him to come forward. He also stepped forward and said, "I'd like to see what exactly is in your car." The three of them responded and rushed toward Ziqin. One blade and two swords, their attacks sharp. Ma Nan was a little slower and directly walked toward the handcart. Ziqin stood in place without moving. Just as the blade and two swords were in front of him, the broken blade in his hand was unsheathed once again. Swoosh! Two sword lights came and brushed past Zi-Chen's body. Black blade arcs flashed. In everyone's eyes, Zi-Chen's figure only swayed slightly. The two sword-wielding men swept past him and stopped behind him. Clang! The two blades collided and burst into sparks. The broken blade in Zi-Chen's hand moved quickly on the opponent's blade and swept toward the opponent's neck. The aptitude user leaned back and dodged Zi-Chen's attack. He retracted the long blade in his hand in an instant and then stabbed it toward Zi-Chen's chest. Zi-Chen, who was motionless, dodged to the side without moving his feet. The broken blade in his hand swept out again. The black blade arc flashed and disappeared. The three people who were attacking all stopped. The first wave of attacks ended in a daze. Zi-Chen blocked the attacks of the three people and stood in place without moving. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Even Ma Nan, who was moving forward, stopped. He was originally full of confidence, but at this moment his expression became extremely solemn. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead and then dripped down. Those who hadn't realized what was going on had their expressions changed greatly when they saw the five people who were motionless. In just one move, the three people beside Ma Nan were all killed. This was different from the battle with Bamboo Shoot San. This time, it was a 1 versus 3 confrontation. However, the opponent didn't even move a step and killed the three people. Cold sweat dripped down. Ma Nan stared at Xiao Qi with a venomous gaze. He wanted to kill the opponent. To be able to kill three people in an instant, it was obvious that the opponent was very strong. He was definitely not a rank 1 hunter. However, the opponent didn't say anything and acted so disloyal. In fact, it was all done on purpose. His handcart was definitely carrying something very valuable. What he wanted to do now was to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and establish his prestige. After thinking through this point, Ma Nan was very regretful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have taken the lead. The opponent obviously wouldn't let him go. Now he only had 2 choices. One was to kill the opponent, and the other was to be killed by the opponent. Therefore, he chose to kill the opponent. "You're courting death." Ma Nan raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at the opponent with his fastest attack speed. Whoosh! Zi-Chen didn't need to expend much energy to deal with such a person. The blade flashed again, sweeping past the opponent's arm and landing on the opponent's chest. The blade arc went up and swept past Ma Nan's neck. It was another slash. Ma Nan's arm was cut off before he died. However, his broken arm still tightly gripped the long sword. Due to inertia, he moved forward and circled around Zi-Chen. He brushed past the handcart and cut off some of the tightly wrapped branches and leaves, revealing the snow-white surface of the handcart. The astonished crowd were all able to see the snow-white color. However, no one knew exactly what that snow-white color was. Ma Nan's 5-man team was wiped out just like that. With such a relaxed appearance, the crowd couldn't help but guess how powerful the person in front of them was. "How long has it been since we last met? He's actually become stronger again." Just as Gato and Huangtu were happy about Zi-Chen's strength, Gato Kilo, who was beside him, frowned. It was obvious that Zi-Chen had become a lot stronger in just a few months. He killed 5 aptitude users in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that the others didn't even notice Zi Chen's ability. For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. At that moment, a bang sound suddenly came from the handcart behind them. The vines that had been tightly entwined earlier suddenly burst apart at this moment. Pieces of branches and leaves fell, revealing even more snow-white skin. Everyone saw that the snow-white skin was a kind of fur. It looked very soft, and they guessed that the entire handcart was made of that kind of fur. The moon wolf had only come out to hunt a few days ago, so after seeing the fur, everyone quickly guessed what it was. They were shocked and involuntarily cried out, "That's the fur of the moon god wolf!" Their words stirred up 1,000 waves, causing a great shock in the surroundings. The 5 people's bodies were stained with blood, as if they had been drenched in fresh blood. It was obvious that they had gone through a long and fierce battle. At that moment, after seeing the fur, everyone naturally guessed that they had fought a great battle with the moon wolf and were lucky enough to survive. More importantly, the fur had been harvested and not from corpses. How many furs were there in the handcart that had been harvested? At a visual estimate, the number was at least over 100. For a small town like this, these furs could definitely be considered a huge sum of money. It was enough to make everyone in the small town green with envy and go crazy. There was a strong commotion in the crowd. Even Gado Kilo, who had never wanted to have anything to do with Zichin, had a strong change in expression at that moment. This guy actually got so many furs. How did he do it? Everyone wanted to know how the 5 of them had done it. The divine moon wolves were known to be the strongest. Everywhere they went, there would be scenes of slaughter. Who could kill them? Even if there were some special occasions where moon wolf furs were circulated, there would only be 1 or 2 of them. They were obtained by hunters who risked their lives to go to the snowy plains and kill the lone divine moon wolves. When the moon wolves were hunting, no one dared to touch their brows. Even the ridiculously powerful hunters did not dare. In all of history, they had never heard of anyone who had been able to obtain such a huge harvest while hunting the moon wolves. Speaking of which, it was already a great fortune for many people to not die during the moon wolf hunt. However, the previous impossibility had become possible at this moment. Not only had someone survived the moon wolf hunt, but he had also pulled a cart full of harvested furs. The value of this was immeasurable. Within the chaotic crowd, the sound of heavy breathing gradually rang out. This was due to greed causing the heartbeat to accelerate and also due to excessive nervousness. The eyes of the people who had been standing behind Ma Nen changed as they breathed heavily. Their greedy gazes reluctantly moved away from the cart and landed on Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen was wearing a dried-up, blood-stained robe. His expression was as cold as ever. The broken blade in his hand had not been sheathed, and fresh blood was dripping from the broken blade. There were no excessive words or useless threats. When these people's gazes landed on Zichin, they charged toward Zichin. Chapter 23-24. The snapping of the vines could be the result of Ma Nan's broken arm and long sword before he died. However, regardless of whether this happened or not, it would be extremely difficult to smoothly enter the small town today. It was only a matter of time before the battle began. The second wave of people attacked Zichin without hesitation for the sake of the moon wolf's fur and the countless amounts of sacred source fluid on the carriage. The crowd was now divided into 2 groups. The first group was the second wave, and they stood behind Ma Nan's dead body. The second group was the third wave. They had arrived late and did not advance. Instead, they stood outside the town some distance away. What Zichun needed to deal with was the second wave of people. There were nearly 20 of them, and all of them were aptitude users. Several coordinated attacks arrived in front of Zichin in an instant, aiming for Zichen's vital points. Although these people were all level 1 hunters, they formed a powerful fighting force when they worked together. Faced with these attacks, even Zichin, who was a level 2 hunter, could only choose to dodge. If he faced them head-on, he would definitely die. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the first flash of lightning began. His figure was like a ghost as he dodged several attacks and arrived beside an aptitude user. Under the aptitude user's greedy and shocked gaze, the broken sword in his hand swept across the aptitude user's neck. Poof! This time, Zi-chun used a lot of strength to intimidate the aptitude user. The broken sword slashed across, and a head flew into the air as blood began to spurt out. Clang! 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 Several attacks crisscrossed, sealing off all of Zi-chun's escape routes. Zi-chun turned around and slashed horizontally with the broken sword in his hand. When the attacks collided, he used the momentum to retreat. As he retreated, his figure flashed a second time and arrived beside the second aptitude user. Die. The aptitude user's reaction was undoubtedly fast. He immediately raised his weapon and slashed at Zi-chun. Zi-chun's figure moved horizontally like a ghost, and the opponent's attack brushed past the corner of his clothes. Once again, the attack missed. The aptitude user's heart trembled, and then a black arc of light appeared in his eyes. Then a poof sound was heard. Killing people was not the same as killing moonwolves. Their abilities were much stronger, and their combat strength was much higher than that of moonwolves. Therefore, Zi-chun, who could slaughter a pack of moonwolves in one strike, had a much harder time killing these people. Fortunately, there was a limit to their numbers, unlike the moonwolf's endless numbers. If Zi-chun had a choice, he would still choose to kill instead of fighting Moonwolf. His figure began to flash for the third time, and the broken sword in his hand slashed out once more. The third ability user's head was cut off. This was the strength of a level 2 hunter, far surpassing a level 1 hunter. Furthermore, Zi-chun was a level 2 hunter with extreme speed. This speed would make him invincible in this battle. In fact, Zi-chun was confident that he would not be injured in the slightest when fighting against these people. The 6th flash, the 7th flash, the 6th and 7th ability users were killed. Encountering them, who were the fastest in the world, there was simply no way to avoid their pursuit and the annihilation of the powerful broken blade. Outside the town, many ability users were shocked as they watched the slaughter in front of them. At this moment, they no longer thought that this person was just a level 1 hunter that could be easily defeated. Obviously, with the strength displayed by this person, he had already stepped into the ranks of level 2 hunters, and he was one of the best among them. In this So Hui town, there would be one more level 2 hunter among the 10 level 2 hunters. Level 2 hunter, it's actually a level 2 hunter. Next to Jia, Tu Huangtu, Jia Tu Luo muttered, his face full of shock. In this wave of people, there were both shocked and indifferent. The shocked were level 1 hunters, while the indifferent were level 2 hunters. He's that Zi-chun. That's him. It seems that Longman died at his hands. I didn't expect him to grow to this level in just a few months. So what? He can only show off among level 1 hunters. His extreme speed is useless against level 2 hunters. Extreme speed can only be used to save one's life in battle. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men were whispering to each other. They were very indifferent towards the shocking battle in front of them. Zi-chun's seemingly terrifying method of killing the chicken to warn the monkey was a joke in their eyes. "Why don't I go and meet him?" One of them said. "Our goal is to kill him. It doesn't matter when we make a move. But this kid brought a cart of moonwolf skins. This matter is a bit tricky. If we make a move now, we will be in a passive position later. Don't worry. Let's see what the others think." On the battlefield, Zi-chun's 9th flash ended, and 9 ability users died. There were still nearly half of the ability users left on the battlefield, so many of them couldn't hurt him at all. Now that they only had a few people left, they couldn't do anything to him. Although greed can make people lose their minds, fear can also make people alert. At this moment, the fear of death in their hearts finally suppressed the greed in their hearts. They already had the intention to retreat. With the intention to retreat, they were no longer decisive in their attacks. They were even secretly looking for an opportunity to escape. Ziqin, who clearly felt the change in the crowd, shook his head and said, "Compared to the Moonwolf, your will to fight is too weak." After saying this, Ziqin used extreme speed again and started the second ninth flash. Since he was killing the chicken to warn the monkey, he naturally had to show his decisiveness and ruthlessness. So he attacked mercilessly, not leaving a single person alive. The remaining people didn't manage to escape in the end. They were all killed by Ziqin, and their bodies fell into a pool of blood. As Xiuqi and the others watched Ziqin's battle, they were increasingly certain of Ziqin's combat prowess. But as they were familiar with this town, they also knew that today's matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. Perhaps the level 1 hunters were already scared out of their wits, but there were still level 2 hunters. In this small town, there were less than 10 level 2 hunters. The number was pitifully small. It was rare to see even one level 2 hunter. However, on this day, a strange gust of wind had blown over, and all the level 2 hunters, who were rarely seen, seemed to have gathered here. Xiuqi only took a cursory glance to see the traces of 5 level 2 hunters. Therefore, he knew very well that it would be very difficult to enter the city today. Unless Ziqin advanced again and became a level 3 hunter, he would be able to kill all the level 2 hunters. However, this was obviously impossible. No one could advance from level 2 to level 3 in a short period of time. After all, these people had spent many years trying to advance from level 1 to level 2. As the last person fell, the people outside the town were now divided into 2 groups. One group was Ziqin's team, while the other group was the people outside the town. Perhaps they had been shocked by Ziqin's powerful battle strength, but they didn't come over to snatch the loot. Tang Pu left the puppet cow's side and walked towards the corpses. He rummaged through their clothes, and without looking, he knew that he was collecting the spoils of war. Very quickly, the corpses were all plundered. However, there were less than 20 drops of sacred source fluid. On average, each person got less than 1 drop. He handed the sacred source fluid to Ziqin, who put it away and walked forward. Xiuqi's team and the puppet cow followed behind him. No one else rushed out, but the people at the town's entrance didn't disperse because of Ziqin's arrival. "Little friend, please stop. The loot this time is too valuable. You won't be able to enter if you don't give us an explanation." An aged voice was heard as an old man in long robes walked out. "You want to stop me?" Ziqin asked the old man. "I'm not the one who wants to stop you. We are the ones who want to stop you. No matter how strong you are, you definitely won't be able to kill everyone here." The old man smiled at Ziqin. As he spoke, several ability users walked out. Although they were all level 1 hunters, there was no fear in their eyes when they looked at Ziqin. "That's right. Everyone is stopping you. Little friend, these resources are too valuable to Sohui Town. We have no choice but to stop you." Another old man spoke up and walked out from the crowd. There were undoubtedly several level 1 hunters behind him. Ziqin didn't speak. He wasn't afraid of the level 1 hunters. What he was really wary of were the level 2 hunters who hadn't stepped forward. The 2 seemingly powerless old men had dared to step forward not because they believed the level 1 hunters behind them could protect him, but because they believed in the level 2 hunters. After all, they were truly on the same side. "These are my things, not Sohui Town's," Ziqin said in a low voice. "That's not wrong. Therefore, we thank you for bringing these resources back," said the old man in long robes. "Just thanks." Ziqin looked at the other party. He wasn't angry, and his expression was strangely calm. "Of course it's not just thanks. You must have suffered a lot to bring these resources here. We can't let you come here for nothing. How about this? We'll give you 100 drops of sacred source liquid as compensation, and we'll keep these things." 100 drops? Are you kidding me? You can't even get these things with 1,000 drops. Behind Zichin, Tang Pu said angrily, "You're not satisfied with this price?" The old man looked at Tang Pu and narrowed his eyes. "Not dissatisfied, very dissatisfied. We risked our lives to get these moon wolf pelts. Why should we be squeezed by you? Just because you're from the Hort family? Or do you think that the Hort family is the only family in So Hui town and can look down on everyone else?" Tang Pu said angrily. Zichin glanced at the old man. At the same time, he looked behind the old man. 2 middle-aged men stood there, staring at him coldly. Chapter 23-25. The cold-blooded, decisive, and bloodthirsty Zichin, who had previously slaughtered everyone in a frenzy, displayed a good temper at this moment. The old man in the long robe had offered Luo Yinyang only 100 drops of lunar wolf pelts, which were worth more than 1,000 drops of sacred source liquid. Surprisingly, Luo Yinyang wasn't angry. He just shook his head and said that he wouldn't trade. Although this was supposed to be an exchange, the words "not exchanging" still caused everyone to be stunned. "You really won't trade?" The old man in the long robe narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zichin. Zichin shook his head again and said slowly and seriously, "I won't trade." Just as the old man in the long robe was about to say something, the old man next to him smiled and said, "Young friend, I can feel how you are feeling right now. However, if you don't give us a reasonable allocation of these things today, you won't be able to enter Wisdom Town." He turned to look at the people behind him and said, "I know that you are very strong, but you can't possibly be strong enough to slaughter everyone. As long as there are people alive, you won't be able to enter. If I don't agree, are you going to rob me next?" Zichin asked the old man. "We're not bandits. We're reasonable people. We won't rob you," the old man said to Zichin with a smile. They were indeed not bandits. They were all businessmen, but they were even more of a bandit than bandits. Zichin's gaze swept across these people and took in their expressions. It was obvious that the 2 old men before him represented the merchant faction in the town and were protected by level 2 hunters. Apart from them, there were a few people who didn't step forward, but their attitudes were very clear. If Zichin didn't give them an explanation today, they wouldn't be able to enter. The lunar wolf corpses won't rot for a while. They are in the mountain range with the violent bear. The lunar wolf pack has already retreated, so it's very safe there, Zichin suddenly said. When they heard Zichin's words, they were stunned. They didn't understand what he meant. "It's 100 kilometers southwest," Xiuqi, who was standing behind Zichin, added. Behind him, there was a small commotion. Those were all aptitude users who had nothing to do, and they understood what Zichin meant. After a bit of hesitation, some of them turned around and entered the town, some of them heading straight into the distance, looking at the direction Xiuqi spoke of. These people were well aware of Zichin's strength. They couldn't afford to provoke him, or rather, they didn't dare to provoke him. At this moment, they were only standing here to watch the show. Now that Zichin had given them a way to make money, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. Hundreds of moon wolf corpses, even without their fur, was still a huge sum of money, enough to make many people jealous. Under normal circumstances, even the merchants of these powers would be moved by this. But today, with so many valuable moon wolf furs around, they couldn't care less about the corpses. Many people had left, but there were still some left. More than 90% of these people belonged to the Shan clan. Zichin glanced at them, then looked at the 2 old men and said, "I can agree to your previous conditions. If you insist on an explanation and want these things, then come and buy them." Buy them? The 2 old men were stunned, but soon the old man from the Hort clan sneered. "You're quite calculating. Then, what price are you going to sell these things to us?" "You can name the price," Zichin said again, his tone calm. Behind him, Xiuqi and the others were stunned. They had not expected Zichin's words to be like this. I'll name the price. What if I exchange 1 drop of Saint Source fluid for 10 sheets? Or I exchange 1 drop for a whole car? The long-robed old man looked at Zichen and sneered again. However, unlike the long-robed old man, the old man's expression became slightly more solemn. This time he didn't respond. Zichen said calmly, "If you think this is reasonable and everyone is happy, then this price is fine too." "Haha, of course it's reasonable and we're happy. This is a win-win situation." The long-robed old man laughed loudly. Zichen turned to look at Tang Pu and said, "Open the things. We'll start the trade now." Tang Pu did as he was told and opened the vines, revealing the moon wolf pelts inside. This time, they could clearly see the number of moon wolf pelts. Hundreds. There were hundreds of moon wolf pelts. This was definitely a huge fortune. The sound of people sucking in cold air continuously rang out. "Haha, since there are so many, I'll give you 10 drops in exchange for all of them." The long-robed old man from the Hort clan laughed complacently. Zichen wasn't angered by this. Instead, he calmly said, "Let's see if anyone else wants to trade. If no one else wants to, then I'll give you the same price." The expression on the old man's face changed. He didn't understand what Zichen was trying to say. He guessed that Zichen was trying to use these things to drive a wedge between them. Thus he said, "All right, everyone can exchange as you wish." The old man beside him stepped forward and sized up the moonwolf pelts, his expression turning increasingly solemn. Looking at the corpses, he lifted his head to look at Zichen and said, 1 drop of sacred source fluid for 3 moonwolf pelts." Zichen chuckled and said, "Up to you." The old man breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand, indicating for the others to come forward and start picking out some of the better moonwolf pelts. Zichen stood to the side without any change in expression. On the other hand, the long-robed old man from the Hort clan had an unnatural expression because he had just said that 1 drop of sacred source fluid would be exchanged for an entire cart. After the old man, a few more elderly people walked forward. Even though Zichen hadn't toured the town before, he could tell that these people should be shopkeepers of some shops. They might be weak in battle, but their knowledge was extraordinary. While they were picking, one of the blue-robed old men said, "The quality of these pelts isn't good. I'll give you 1 drop for 5 pelts." Zichen still had that calm smile on his face as he said, "Up to you." The blue-robed old man nodded and led the others to pick out the best moonwolf pelts, making Tang Pu and the others furious. They had risked their lives to obtain these pelts, but they were being ruthlessly squeezed by these people. Even the worst moonwolf pelts could be exchanged for 2 drops of sacred source fluid. The other party was actually shameless enough to trade 1 for 5 pelts. What was even more shameless was that they had given up on the bad ones and only picked out the good ones. Zichen didn't have any objections to this and only watched in silence. "The quality of these moonwolf pelts is indeed not good. I can only trade 1 for 5, another person said to Zichen. "Up to you." Zichen still said the same thing with a smile on his face. He didn't show any signs of anger. As a result, a few more people stepped forward to trade 1 for 5. This made the old man from before feel rather uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, he said, "This old man's eyes were blurred. The quality of these pelts is indeed not good. 1 for 3 is indeed a loss." Zichen looked at the old man and asked, "How do you want to trade?" 1 for 6. The old man, who was staring at Zichen, said 6 instead of 5. He was taking a gamble. Zichen waved his hand and said, "Let's do it that way then." The others were dumbfounded when they heard this. It was obvious that they had suffered a loss again. Just as they were considering whether to lower the price again, Zichen said, "I won't owe you anything. You have to pay the same amount of sacred source fluid as the items you take." Of course, the few of them smiled but didn't haggle any further. However, They were even more meticulous in their selection and only took away the best moonwolf pelts. Forget it. 1 for 6 it is. It was at that moment that the old man from the Huate family couldn't sit still any longer. If all the good stuff here was taken away by them, even if he exchanged a drop of sacred source fluid for a cart, what he got would be nothing but trash. Thus, he walked over and joined the line of people choosing. Under normal circumstances, every piece of moonwolf pelt was very valuable. However, there were hundreds of moonwolf pelts to choose from. Those that were not complete were thrown to the side. Some were even thrown off the cart and thrown away like garbage. Xiao, Qi, and the other 3 were fuming, but they couldn't change anything. Even Zichen couldn't do anything, let alone them. Zichen was still smiling, as if he hadn't exchanged his life for these things. Instead, he had picked them up by accident. Just as they were nitpicking and complaining, another old man walked over from behind the crowd. Compared to the others, this old man was much older and his face was full of wrinkles. He even needed a young man to support him as he walked forward. When the old man arrived in front of the cart, he didn't look at the items on the cart. Instead, he looked at the scattered moonwolf pelts on the ground and said, "It's a waste to throw these things on the ground." As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the items. The young man beside him was quick to react and picked up the moonwolf skins that were casually thrown on the ground one by one. Compared to the moonwolf pelts they had chosen, the quality of these moonwolf pelts was indeed not good. However, they would definitely be good stuff under normal circumstances. The young man picked up the nearby moonwolf pelts, folded them, and put them to the side. He was about to support the old man again when the old man waved his hand and said, "Go pick up those as well." The young man nodded. Then he walked around the cart and picked up all the moonwolf skins that he didn't like and discarded. Then he neatly stacked them together, forming a thick pile. Looking at the thick pile of moonwolf pelts, the old man nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Zichen and said, "Kid, are these yours?" "Yes." Zichen nodded, still smiling. "Are these things for sale?" The old man pointed at the pile of moonwolf pelts. "Yes." "What price?" "Whatever price you say, as long as you're happy," said Zichen. On the other side, the old man from the Hort family heard the conversation and said disdainfully, "These lousy things aren't worth much. A drop of sacred source liquid can take them away." The old man looked at Zichen and feigned ignorance. "Can I?" Zichen smiled and replied, "As long as you're willing, you can take them away." The old man nodded and turned to look at the young man. "Yam, how many are there?" "A total of 86. 16 of them are incomplete," said the young man. "I'll give you 86 drops of sacred source liquid." Chapter 23-26. The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the surroundings fell silent. The shopkeepers who had been complaining about the poor quality of the moonwolf pelts and the price of 5 per pelt turned their heads one after another and stared at the old man in astonishment. Looks of disbelief surfaced on their faces as if they were hallucinating. Zichen stared at the old man in astonishment, clearly surprised by this scene. Although Xiao Qi and the other 3 were furious, they were still stunned when they heard a reasonable price. The old man from the Hort clan was the first to ask, "Old man Go, what did you say?" The old man called Old Gu pointed to the pile of moonwolf pelts beside him and said, "I took 86 moonwolf pelts and gave them 86 drops of St. Genesis liquid. These lousy things aren't even worth a drop of St. Genesis liquid. Yet you're giving them 86 drops? Old man Ge, you've always been stingy. When did you become so generous?" Old man Gu chuckled. "To an old man like me, these things are worth a few drops of St. Genesis liquid. Bu Sun, your appetite is too big." Old man Ge no longer paid any attention to the other party, and instead turned to Zichen. "Kid, this old man will take advantage of you today. Under his gaze, the young man beside him took out a large jade bottle and poured out 14 drops of St. Genesis liquid. He then sealed the bottle and gave the rest to Zichen. Zichen received the bottle with the same smile as before and said, "I already said that I'll take whatever price you give me." Haha, this old man feels that this price is worth it. After speaking, the old man turned around and the young man immediately supported him. At the same time, 2 burly men walked out from the crowd and left with the moonwolf pelts. This was only a small interlude. The others continued to pick when it was time to do so. Of course, when they reached the bottom, Tang Pu quickly stepped forward and forcefully took away the Moon Wolf King pelts that had been rolled up. The others did not pay too much attention to this. After all, it was difficult to tell the quality of the rolled-up pelts. Soon, the selection process reached a climax. Among them, there were people from 6 shops who took all of Zichen's remaining Moon Wolf pelts. During this period, the old man from the Huate clan had taken 263 sheets, which should have been given to Zichen by 48 drops of sacred source fluid. In addition to the 3 sheets, the old man had said that Zhou Yuan was a big customer, so giving him 3 extra sheets shouldn't be a big deal. Thus, Hort Buzen from the Hort family gave Tang Pu 48 drops of sacred source liquid. Tang Pu received the jade bottle, opened it, and poured out a drop for a closer inspection. His expression instantly turned ugly as he angrily said, "This isn't sacred source liquid." The Hort family's Busan said, "If this isn't sacred source fluid, then what is it?" "It's diluted sacred source liquid. It's not real sacred source liquid." Tang Pu's face turned red as he forcefully suppressed his anger. He looked at the confused Zichen and said, 10 drops of diluted sacred source fluid for 1 normal drop. The dozens of drops here are only equivalent to less than 5 drops of sacred source liquid. Zichen looked at Hort Buzen, who smiled faintly and said, "You didn't say clearly that you didn't want diluted sacred source liquid. I thought that 1 for 6 was a diluted sacred source liquid. If it was normal sacred source liquid, who would be willing to exchange with you at such a price?" Just as Busan was speaking, 2 middle-aged men walked over. They stared at Zichen with cold eyes. It was obvious that they were threatening him. "Diluted sacred source liquid is fine," Zichen said again. Seeing that Tang Pu was about to say something, he waved his hand and signaled for the other party to keep quiet. Tang Pu shut his mouth and put away the items, his heart filled with anger and unwillingness. Xiao Qi and the others had already completely accepted their fate. What ability did they have to go against all the factions in a small town? With the previous example, the others also learned their lesson and gave out diluted sacred source liquid. Zichen had exchanged an entire cart of Moonwolf pelts for less than 100 drops of sacred source liquid. It was a disastrous loss, and he might as well have agreed with the other party. Fortunately, old Ge, who had taken the worst but paid the highest price, had given Zhou Bao more than 80 drops. Otherwise, they would have really gotten nothing. The Moonwolf pelts on the cart were divided up, leaving only the withered branches on the ground. Zichen turned to the 4 people and said, "You guys can take those. There's no need to give them to me. We'll go our separate ways in the future." With that, Zichen ignored the 4 people and walked towards the small town. Seeing that the main character had left just like that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was clearly over. But was it really over? Old Gu returned to his shop with the help of the young man. He owned a grocery store, and although it wasn't big, it had all kinds of groceries. However, his business wasn't doing well because the items sold here were too expensive. It was considered one of the few and scrupulous shops in Soe Town, comparable to old Fartway's smithy in the corner. "Grandpa, why did you give out so much sacred source liquid? Isn't 1 drop enough?" The young man asked in puzzlement after returning to the grocery store. "These are Moonwolf pelts. Even if we took defective ones, we could at least earn twice the price if we sold them. Old Gus said with a grin. But you could have earned a few 100 times more, the young man mumbled. Silly child, have you heard of anyone who managed to survive the encirclement of moon wolf hunters? Have you seen anyone who could get so much moon wolf pelts? Old Gus looked at the young yam and said, You saw the previous battle. Those first-rank hunters couldn't even last a single exchange and were slaughtered. So what? He can't possibly make everyone in town his enemy. Didn't he compromise in the end? Yam said. That's right. That kid did compromise in the end, but it was only a temporary compromise, child. This doesn't mean anything. It only means that the kid knows how to endure and is a truly dangerous existence. Old Gus looked outside and said, In this world there are indeed experts who can tame tigers and force them to bow their heads. However, such experts definitely aren't in Soe Town. That kid isn't just a tiger, he's a tiger with extremely high intelligence. What do you mean? Just wait and see. It won't be long before something big happens in this town. If you want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, you need to at least have the strength to subdue the tiger. If you don't have the strength, you'll only end up dead. Ow, ow. Zichen brought dozens of drops of sacred source liquid into the town. He didn't return to the smithy directly, but instead went to a small shop. Now that he was rich, it was time for him to change out of his blood-stained clothes. Wearing them made him feel very uncomfortable. After buying new clothes, Zichen found an inn and took a comfortable bath. After washing off all the bloodstains on his body, he walked out in a relaxed manner. After walking out, Zichen ordered a few dishes and a jug of wine. Just like that, he ate and drank alone. There were a few people around Zichen who kept looking at Zichen. These were people who had followed Zichen all the way. Clearly, not everyone was at ease with an existence that could slaughter a first-rank hunter. After drinking a jug of wine, Zichen stood up and was about to pay the bill and leave when he saw 4 people walk in. It was Xiu-Qi and the other 3, who were dressed in blood-stained clothes. Zichen. The 4 people came to Zichen's side. Why are you still here? Look at how dirty you are. Hurry up and wash up, said Zichen as he looked at the 4 of them. We're not leaving. We'll always follow you. We'll go wherever you go, Xiu-Qi said resolutely. He already had some guesses in his heart. Forget it. You guys are too weak. Zichen waved his hand and turned to leave. In the town, Zichen randomly grabbed a person and asked him a few questions before heading to the shop the person had described. It was a general store. It was said that the goods inside were very comprehensive, but the prices were very expensive. Under normal circumstances, the price would be about 50% higher. Now that Zichen had over 100 drops of sacred source liquid on him, he could be considered rich and overbearing. He wasn't afraid of how expensive the goods were as long as they were real. Zichen walked in when he saw that almost no one patronized the general store. He was stunned when he saw the old man he had traded with. Welcome, kid. Old man Gu was all smiles as he looked at Zichen, as if he had already expected the latter to come. Why are you here, old man? Is this your store? Zichen asked in surprise. Of course. Kid, what do you want? Just tell me. My store's prices are fair and honest. Does your store have tricolored poison fog? It might take some effort to find 4-colored fog, but my store has plenty of tricolored fog. Moreover, I can guarantee that the tricolored poison fog in Soe Town is the most authentic and the most powerful. Of course, it's also the most expensive. How much do you want? I want as much as you have. This was a big deal for the general store, and it was usually very difficult to come across such a situation. Old Man Go was very happy today. It wasn't because his store finally had a big deal, but because his moon wolf pelts would truly become his after this transaction was completed. He personally sent Zichen out of the general store and watched as Zichen left in a black windbreaker and a gourd filled with tricolored poison fog. Beside him, the young man Yam was so shocked that he was speechless. Seeing Zi Chen's figure gradually disappear, Old Man Ge sighed and said, "The tiger is about to counterattack. Something big is about to happen. Now, let's see if they have the strength to subdue the tiger." Grandpa, he bought the tricolored poison fog, but he didn't buy the antidote. Some people don't need the antidote. He doesn't need the antidote? Then where is he going? He's probably going to the Hort family to find Hort Buzen. To the Hort family. There are 2 rank 2 hunters there, and many rank 1 hunters. Perhaps none will be left by tomorrow. Chapter 23-27. Zi Qin stood outside the Hua Te family shop. The people who had been following him also stopped and looked at this scene from afar with shock on their faces. They had naturally heard about Zi Chen's matter. Under great pressure, he had chosen to compromise. He had received thousands of sacred source liquid in exchange for less than 100 drops of sacred source liquid. Very few people could accept such a huge loss. As such, they followed Zi Qin and arrived outside the Huate family shop. "You're finally here." Before Zi Qin could enter the shop, a middle-aged man walked out. He was a member of the Huate family and one of the 2 rank 2 hunters. He seemed to have guessed that Zi Chan would come here and had been waiting for him. "I seem to have miscalculated the bill just now, so I'm here to recalculate it." Zi Qin looked at the rank 2 hunter and said indifferently, "We do have some debts to settle, but it's not today's. It's the previous ones. Now, I'm waiting for you inside to settle the bill. Let's see if you dare to come." After speaking, the middle-aged man turned around and walked back into the shop. Without any hesitation, Zi Chan walked towards the shop in front of him. When Xiao Qi and the other 3 arrived, they saw Zi Qin enter the Huate family shop. However, they did not continue to chase him, not because they were afraid of offending the Huate family, but because they did not have the ability to. After Zi Qin entered, a 3-colored poisonous mist began to spurt out. This poisonous mist should be a recognized poison in Soe Town. Even ability users would find it difficult to resist. The moment they saw the poisonous mist, the 4 people's expressions became indescribably complicated. As for the spectators in the distance, they were incomparably shocked. The news of a single person provoking the Hua Te family quickly spread throughout the town. Many residents of the town rushed over to join in the fun. The first to learn of this news were, of course, the shopkeepers of the shops who had previously obtained great benefits from Zi Qin. The first person he went to look for is the Hua Te family. It's a bit surprising, but this is also good. Once he's seriously injured, we can take the opportunity to kill him. Such a person will be a big threat to us if we leave him alive. The old man, whose harvest was second only to Huobusen, heard the news, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Today, Zi Chen went to the Huate clan, so no one could guarantee that the next time he came to their home, this kind of potential threat had to be dealt with. Those who had paid a small amount of diluted sacred source fluid also did not want to give up on the resources they had obtained. Hence, they gave the order to kill Zi Qin. Soon, many ability users gathered outside the Huate family shop, including several rank 2 hunters. Their goal was very clear. As long as Zi Qin walked out of the Huate family alive, they would use all of their strength to kill him. Gado Huangtu and Gado Kilo arrived once more. Previously, the Gado family had not participated in the oppression of Zi Qin, just as Gado Kilo had said every time they would not participate in Zi Chen's matters, nor did they want to have anything to do with Zi Qin. At this moment, Gado Kilo's mood was very complicated as he looked at the thick, tricolored poison fog. In just a few months, Zi Chan had grown to the point where he could challenge a rank 2 hunter. The entire interior of the shop was filled with the tricolored poison fog. No one dared to enter, so naturally, no one knew what was happening inside. He couldn't even hear the sounds of battle or screams that should have been heard. When Zichen entered the shop, a large cloud of tricolored poison fog appeared with him. When the three-colored poison fog appeared, several eerie and cold rays of light shot straight toward him. Someone was ambushing him, and it was someone who was not afraid of the tricolored poison fog. Knowing that Zichen was not afraid of the tricolored poison fog, they were naturally prepared and had already prepared the antidote for the tricolored poison fog. However, they only lasted a few breaths in the poison fog before they started to feel uncomfortable. This was because the tricolored poison fog came from Old Man Ji's shop, so it was more poisonous and powerful. Because they had taken the antidote, although they did not disappear in the poison fog, their speed and reaction speed were greatly limited. Puff! Puff! Zichen unsheathed the broken sword in his hand and easily killed the two ambushers. After that, he continued to move forward. As he moved forward, the tricolored poison fog continued to spread and quickly filled every corner of the shop. Releasing so much tricolored poison fog in an instant was truly a big move. Damn it, this is a special tricolored poison fog. Hurry up and get out of here. As the three-colored poison fog spread, one could hear such a voice coming from deep within. Soon after, chaotic footsteps could be heard. Within the tricolored poison fog, Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. His figure was like a ghost as he disappeared from the spot. Puff! A few meters away, Zichen's figure appeared and cut down a rank 1 hunter. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 attacks came from behind Zichen. Zichen lowered his head and dodged them. He turned around and slashed horizontally with his broken sword, easily cutting down the 2 men. Zichen was very experienced in killing people, and the pressure was far less than when he was fighting Moonwolf. Zichen was not clear about the layout of the room, and the tricolored poison fog could not allow him to see further. However, he could clearly determine the position, direction, and attack of the crowd. This was not just a method of changing positions by listening. Most importantly, Zichen's awakened ability, perception, allowed him to clearly gather the surrounding scene into a 3-dimensional image in his mind. The sound of footsteps could be heard continuously, and so could the sound of flesh being cut. The sound was so soft that the crowd outside could not hear it at all. However, if someone could see the entire scene, they would realize that the scene in the shop was like a game of cat and mouse. One after another, aptitude users were cut down by Zichen. Everyone, don't run around. Don't make any noise. Within the tricolored poison fog, the rank 2 hunter's voice could be heard again. Although the poison fog was a little special, it could not do anything to rank 2 hunters who had taken the antidote. However, the 2 of them could not pinpoint Zichen's exact direction, so they missed him several times. They did not know where Zichen was, but Zichen could accurately sense their position and even see their every move. As expected, after the rank 2 hunter's warning, the footsteps around them became much softer. However, Zichen could easily kill his enemies, not because of his ability to change positions by listening. Therefore, the rank 1 hunters died one after another. As the massacre continued, Zichen sensed that there were fewer and fewer hunters alive. After entering the main room, he sensed that there were only 7 people left alive. There was an old man named Busan, 2 level 2 hunters, and 4 level 1 hunters guarding the side. This room was not filled with the tricolored poison fog. The 7 of them were looking at the door, cautiously. Today's scene had caused them to miscalculate and suffer a great loss. The tricolored poison fog trembled slightly. Zichen walked out of the fog and into the main room. Up until now, there was not a single wound on his body, not even a trace of blood. His clothes were very clean, and the cloak behind him was also very clean. Under the cloak, one could see a few gourds tied to his waist. It was obvious that those gourds contained the tricolored poison fog. Walking into the main room, Chen looked at the 7 people and said calmly, "I think there was a mistake in the transaction just now. I'm here today to clear the account." As he spoke, Chen took off the cloak behind him and the gourds on his waist. He placed the remaining 3 gourds on the cloak, holding the scabbard in his left hand. He stood up again and looked at the 7 people. The old man, named Bu Sun, sat at the head of the table. He pretended to be calm and said, "How do you plan to clear the account?" "That account was wrong. I suffered a great loss, but no matter how hard I try, it doesn't make sense. I've decided to end this transaction. The moon wolf pelts should be in the inner room. I'll take them away later, but you guys have gone too far. You'll have to pay the price. Cut the crap. Let's see what you can do." One of the level 2 hunters said. "Then I'll show you." After Chen finished speaking, he took a step forward. As he stepped forward, his right hand landed on the hilt of his saber, and he pulled it out of the scabbard. The 4 level 1 hunters shouted loudly and rushed toward Chen. "Pooh! Pooh! Pooh! Pooh!" Chen's body flashed 4 times. During this time, the broken saber struck out 4 times. The 4 level 1 hunters stopped attacking. Their bodies also stopped moving and their expressions froze. Their eyes were wide open, filled with frozen horror. Around their necks, dark red blood flowed out, and their bodies fell backwards. In one move, the 4 of them were dead. "Your extreme speed can only bully them. It's useless against us," the level 2 hunter said. "Is that so?" Chen smiled at him. His body began to flash, and he displayed the 9 lightning strikes. His figure began to flicker in an instant, constantly changing his position. The 2 level 2 hunters also held their weapons and attacked Chen. In the 9 flashes, the sound of weapons colliding rang out 8 times. Chen's 8 attacks were blocked, and one of them did not even hit the target. After the 9th flash, Chen retreated to his original position. The level 2 hunter mocked him again. "Do you believe me now? Your extreme speed is useless against us." Chen smiled mysteriously at him again, and then he charged forward again. But this time his body suddenly emitted a strong light. After the light appeared, Chen's body seemed to turn into a real light, wandering around the 2. The light changed rapidly 7 times. During this time, the sound of weapons colliding could be heard 5 times, and the other 2 were not heard. After flashing 7 times, Chen appeared in front of the 2. On his back, the 10 heavenly thunder wings slowly retracted into his body. The heavenly thunder wings were like an extension of his body, and he could retract them freely in this world. The 2 level 2 hunters' expressions froze, and they looked at Chen in disbelief. "Among those of the same level, I have the fastest speed," Chen said as he looked at the 2 of them. Chapter 23-28. Tabuzin's biggest reliance was the 2 level 2 hunters. For a small town like this, the Hu family, which had 2 level 2 hunters, was already considered an outstanding force. This was also the reason why the family had always kept 2 level 2 hunters in this town. It was also because of the existence of these 2 that he dared to force Chen and exploit him like this. Anyway, both sides were already in a situation where only one of them could live, so there was nothing wrong with exploiting him like this. Moreover, if Chen did not come back with a huge amount of wealth, they would have killed Chen immediately. Tabuzin was very clear that both sides were in a situation where only one of them could live. That was why he arranged for Longman to kill the 2 level 2 hunters before they returned. However, what he did not expect was that Chen was actually so strong. Not only did he break through to become a level 2 hunter in a short time, but he also killed 2 level 2 hunters in an instant. All of his reliance had been destroyed. His combat power was not even comparable to an ordinary aptitude user, so he did not have the strength to face Chen at all. You You! He stretched out his old finger and pointed at Zi-chan with a trembling finger. Zi-chan stepped forward and grabbed Hua Tabuzin's neck, saying, "Old man, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you scared now?" Of course. Hua Tabuzin was scared and regretful. If he had known that Zi-chan was so strong, he would have joined forces with others to kill him. He believed that under the cooperation of several level 2 hunters, Zi-chan would be dead for sure. However, he underestimated Zi-chen's strength and was blinded by the value of the moonwolf skin, which led to this scene. Do you want to know why I didn't do anything when we were outside? Zi-chen, who was holding Hua Tabuzin's neck, sneered and said, "Because there were others behind me and I didn't want to get them involved. Besides, I didn't have the confidence to kill the others. Of course, I didn't want to kill everyone. My target was you, and I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. Don't you feel like you've gotten a huge bargain? You got so many moonwolf pelts for less than 5 drops of Saint Origin liquid?" Hua Tabuzin couldn't say a word. He was terrified and wanted to beg for mercy, but looking at Zi-chen's cold expression, he knew that the other party wouldn't let him go. I'm from the Hua Te family. Kill me. Are you threatening me? The Hua Te family and I have long been mortal enemies. If one day I can walk out of here, I will make the Hort family pay a price. Now, it's time for me to take my things and of course your things. After that, Zi-chan broke the man's neck and walked back. He put on the cloak again and tied the gourd. He walked into the inner room and saw the moon wolf skin that Hope-Bizin had brought back. He wrapped up the moon wolf skin again and then rummaged around for a while. Finally, he found Hope-Bizin's private collection and harvest over the years. It had to be said that this was also a considerable amount of wealth. Zi-chan carried the moon wolf skin and the Saint Origin liquid he could carry with him as he walked out of the shop. As soon as he walked out, a commotion broke out among the people who were nervously watching this scene. Zi-chan, Xiao-Qi, and the other 3 shouted in pleasant surprise when they saw Zi-chan come out. A smile appeared on the face of Jia, Tu Huangtu. Apart from them, the others were also shocked. They looked at Zi-chan in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Zi-chan nodded at Xiao-Qi and smiled. "You guys came at the right time. Tang Pu, bring your cow over and help me carry some things. Don't worry, I will reward you." The crude handcart from before had already been chopped by the angry Tang Pu. Fortunately, the Hope-Bizin clan had other handcarts, so it could be used by the puppet cow. Zi-chan took almost everything that could be taken from the Hope-Bizin clan's shop, filling the cart to the brim. Looking at the goods, Zi-chan nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the crowd. Xiao-Qi and the other 3, as well as the puppet cow, followed behind him. After walking to the front of the crowd, Zi-chan stopped. He looked at the cautious crowd and said, "Go back and tell the person who sent you here that I have something good to sell. You can decide the price. As long as you think it's reasonable and happy, it's fine. Remember, I live in Old Fartway's smithy." After speaking, Zi-chan did not pay attention to the second-rank hunters, whose expressions were changing, and walked towards Old Fartway's residence. The second-rank hunters stared at Zi-chan's back. After hesitating for a while, they did not dare to make a move. The entire Hope-Bizin clan, including many hunters and 2 second-rank hunters, did not even last for a moment before they were wiped out. Even the clan was cleaned out. They did not know what method Zi-chan had, but to be able to end the battle so easily without a single trace of blood, it was obvious that Zi-chan had an extraordinary and powerful method. They were not stupid enough to think that it was because of the tricolored poison fog. They did not dare to make a move and could only return to report. When the shopkeepers heard the news, their faces turned ugly. He wiped out the entire Hope-Bizin clan without a single injury? What about the 2 second-rank hunters? After the battle, we went in to take a look. Everyone was dead, and they were all killed in one hit. The 2 second-rank hunters were the same. Their wounds were on their necks, just like the rest. It seems that Chen did not use much energy to kill the two of them. Did he say anything? Yes, he said that he obtained a lot of good things this time and was preparing to sell them. If there is a need, we can go there. He said that we can set the price as long as it is reasonable, and we are happy. When these words came from Chen's mouth, it meant that he had no choice but to compromise. Everyone was very satisfied with Chen's understanding of the situation. However, when they heard these words again, it was filled with a threatening tone. The Hope-Bizin clan, who only cared about their own happiness and did not care about the happiness of others, had completely disappeared from this town. This was the result, and now they had done the same thing. What should they do? It was obvious that Chen gave them two choices. One was for them to gather everyone and kill him, and the other was to solve this matter. Of course, if they did not solve this matter, they might follow in the footsteps of the Hope-Bizin clan tomorrow. If they gathered other people who had obtained benefits and staked everything, the possibility of killing Chen was still very high. But the premise was, would these people be willing to stake everything? The death of the two second-rank hunters of the Hope-Bizin clan made the other second-rank hunters feel a sense of crisis. Would they risk their lives because of this? There was a possibility, but it was very small. Go and deliver some sacred origin liquid to Chen. Tell him that after we came back and went through everything, we realized that we had indeed miscalculated today's account. We will compensate him according to the price of 3 drops of sacred origin liquid per skin. This price might not be high, but it definitely wasn't low either. It might even be higher than the normal price. This time they wouldn't make a profit, but they wouldn't lose too much either. Just as Chen returned to the smithy with a cart full of items, the representatives of the various factions who had obtained benefits came over and expressed that they had miscalculated. As if they had discussed this beforehand, they all made up for the difference by paying 3 drops of sacred origin liquid per moonwolf skin. At this point, the amount of sacred origin liquid Chen had on him instantly exceeded 1,000 drops. He had really obtained a huge sum of money. After a few setbacks outside the town, Chen was the only one who had profited greatly. The wealth of the Hope-Bizin clan, as well as the moonwolf skin that had been sold for 3 drops of sacred origin liquid per moonwolf skin. One must know that Xiao Qi had calculated the price of 1 drop of sacred origin liquid per moonwolf skin. Besides Chen, Old Man Go was the only one who had profited from this transaction. After hearing the news of the Hope-Bizin clan's destruction, a look of surprise appeared on Old Man G's face. Although he had expected this to happen, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. As for the youth beside him, he was so shocked that he couldn't utter a single word. Very soon, new news arrived that other factions had made up for the difference. Moreover, it was at the price of 3 drops of sacred origin liquid per moonwolf skin. Old Man Go laughed heartily as he stroked his beard. He looked at Young Yam and proudly said, "Child, look at your grandfather's actions back then. Do you think I'm stupid or not?" Young Yam lowered his head, unable to utter a single word. At this moment he recalled Chen's smiling face. Back then, Chen's expression had looked very cowardly. He had no choice but to compromise in the face of pressure, which had made him despise Chen. Soon after, he recalled his grandfather's words. Chen was a ferocious tiger, an intelligent and dangerous tiger. Perhaps someone could subdue this tiger, but that person would definitely not be in Sohui Town. Yan Yam curiously asked, could it be that Chen will be the strongest person in Sohui Town in the future? Foolish child! How could such an existence be willing to stay in a small town? This is only his starting point, and we can only be considered as witnesses. The actions of the various shops undoubtedly showed that they had acknowledged Chen. As a result, many people came to visit the blacksmith shop that was rarely visited. Chen didn't meet any of these people because he didn't plan on staying here for long. On this day, Jia, Tu Huangta came to visit, and Ziqin personally met him. Ziqin, we have to leave. In fact, we should have left long ago, but unfortunately we were surrounded by moonwolves, so we stayed here for a while. You should have noticed when you went to the Hort family. You didn't see those 4 people because they left earlier than us. I haven't awakened any abilities yet, but I've been building a foundation for them. To others, level 1 and 2 hunters might be the end, but we're different. That's only the beginning. Jia, Tu Huangta told him everything he knew. Just like before, their route had already been arranged. In the early stages, they didn't need to work hard for sacred origin liquid. They just needed to follow the family's arrangements, step by step. Their final goal was that city. This was the Jia, Tu family's arrangement. If everything went smoothly, they would bring the sacred weapon back to their family on the Star Road. Chapter 23-29. This time, Ziqin's harvest was split between the 4 of them according to their agreement. Of course, Ziqin didn't share the sacred origin liquid he got from the Huite clan. It wasn't because he was too stingy, but because the 4 of them were determined not to accept it. Just the harvest from the battle with Moonwolf this time was all Ziqin's work alone. Not only did he not thank Ziqin for saving his life, he even took away several 100 drops. This was already a huge advantage for him. How could he dare to take anything from Ziqin? In the Huite clan, Ziqin had gotten more than 1,000 drops of sacred origin liquid alone. Other than that, the items that were used to pull the cart were also worth a lot. Old Fart Wei kept some that he could use, while he sold the rest to Old Fart Go. After this incident, other than Ziqin, Old Fart Go was the one who benefited the most. After receiving so much sacred origin liquid, Xiao Qi and the other 3 went into seclusion, striving to break through to the 2nd rank in one go. Ziqin prepared some things and headed to the small village he lived in when he first came to this world. After dark, the night wind whistled as the divine mosquitoes and divine ants appeared again. Seeing the black mass of divine ants rushing towards him with the wind, Ziqin chuckled and moved forward at extreme speed. At this moment, his speed had already surpassed the speed of the wind. No matter how the divine mosquitoes and divine ants chased after him with the help of the wind, they couldn't catch up to Ziqin. To him, the night was no longer a danger. Ziqin saw the small village from afar and chuckled as he walked towards the stone house in the depths. Bang! 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 In the dark night, there was a knock on the door. In the stone house, the old man who was sleeping soundly was startled. He flipped over and looked out the window vigilantly. Bang! 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 There was another knock on the door. This time, it was clearer and more forceful. The old man was bewildered. He wasn't sure what was knocking on the door so late at night. He had no intention of opening the door. At this moment, Ziqin's voice rang out. Old man, open the door. It's me, Ziqin. The old man recognized Ziqin's voice. His eyes flashed with surprise, but they were soon filled with worry. He immediately got off the bed to open the door. Why are you back so late? After opening the door, the old man looked Ziqin up and down a few times. After seeing that he was unharmed, he was relieved and said with a slight reproach, It's dangerous to walk in the dark. Come in quickly. Ziqin walked into the room with his bag on his back. The old man looked at this scene and started to worry again. Are you trying to convince Hui Town that you can't survive anymore? Are you going to follow this old man and continue to mine? Ziqin put the bundle on the table and looked back at the old man with a smile. How is that possible? I'm doing really well. I've been preparing to leave Soi Town recently, so I came to see you. Leave? Where to? The old man was startled. Mingfei Town. You actually went there? Are you trying to stir up trouble in town? More or less. I am now a level 2 hunter. Let's not talk about me anymore. Today, I brought you some good wine and meat. Try it. Zi Qin opened the bundle. There were some beast meat and 2 jugs of wine. The old man was an alcoholic. When he saw the 2 jugs of wine, he grabbed one of them and opened it without hesitation. Suddenly, the fragrance of the wine filled his nose. The old man took a big gulp and smacked his lips. He grabbed a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The old man said with a lisp not bad, "You even know to bring something back for this old man. It seems like you are doing well in Soe Town. Kid, I didn't misjudge you. You have a conscience. Bringing you some food is called having a conscience. Back then I gave you a house." Zi Qin laughed involuntarily. "That's different." "How is it different?" "To show that I have a conscience. How about I ask Hui Town to give you a big house?" "Kid, it seems like you are doing well." "Of course. How about it? Think about it. A big house. You can live in it or open a shop. You won't have to mine in the future." Zi Qin looked at the old man hopefully. "Forget it. This old man is quite comfortable living here. I am too lazy to move. Kid, you really have a conscience. Don't die outside. Find some time to come back and visit this old man. Also bring some meat. You should know that I can't eat this kind of meat here." The 2 of them chatted for half the night. The old man stubbornly insisted on staying here. This made Zi Qin feel very helpless. Early the next morning, Zi Qin left. Before he left about 100 drops of sacred source liquid for the old man. Of course, the old man refused. However, Zi Qin insisted on letting the old man awaken his ability. As a sage king, there was no need to mention the old man's potential. With the sacred source liquid, it was inevitable that he would awaken his ability. Even if he wanted to live a low-key life in the mountain village, he should be a low-key ability user and not an ordinary person. This way, he would be able to protect himself in the face of unexpected situations. When he returned to Soe Town, Xiao Qi and the others still hadn't broken through. Zi Qin began to consume the sacred source liquid drop by drop to strengthen himself. As a second rank hunter, there was nothing to be proud of. This was because the Jiatu Emperor had said that for people like them who had special missions, it was just the beginning. Even among the 3 great families, there were pitifully few saint-level bodies. Without the rainbow sacred tree, it was very difficult to nurture an existence with a saint-level body. The Jiatu family could only nurture 4 people at the same time. It was almost the limit. Giving Zi Qin a spot was more or less the reason why the Jiatu family hadn't been able to nurture a 5th saint-level body. A saint-level body had great potential in this world. However, Zi Qin didn't understand the significance of this potential. A few days later, Xiao Qi came to the smithy to find Zi Qin and tell him that he had become a 2nd rank hunter. In fact, he had only been 1 step away from becoming a 2nd rank hunter. Now that he had so much sacred source liquid, he had smoothly taken that last step. He wasn't the only one. Xiang Xian and the others would also break through in the shortest time possible. Congratulations! Zi Qin was very happy about Xiao Qi's breakthrough. This way, he would have 1 more assistant when he entered Mingfei Town. The 2 of them had a private meeting before Xiao Qi returned to her residence to wait for the 3 of them to break through. Zi Qin returned to the smithy and consumed the sacred source liquid drop by drop. When the sacred source liquid entered the body, it would automatically strengthen the body without the need for any technique to control it. Moreover, this strengthening method was very comprehensive. It could strengthen almost every part of the body. Everyone consumed the sacred source liquid to strengthen the body in the same way. The only difference was the speed at which the body absorbed the sacred source liquid. Take Zi Qin and Xiao Qi, for example. Zi Qin absorbed a drop of sacred source liquid 10 times faster than Xiao Qi. If Zi Qin could refine 10 drops of sacred source liquid a day, then with Xiao Qi's speed, she could only refine 10 drops in 10 days. On average, she could only refine 1 drop a day. This was potential. There was no doubt that Zi Chen's potential was extremely high. During the refining process, Zi Chen's physical strength also increased in all aspects, causing Zi Chen's body to change again and again. One day, after refining a drop of sacred source liquid, Zi Chen suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from his body. Then, an indescribable feeling filled his entire body. This feeling made Zi Chen feel refreshed and unprecedentedly comfortable. Did I break through? Feeling the changes in his body, Zi Chen stretched out his hand and carefully observed. The power in his body was rapidly increasing. The feeling of power spreading throughout his body made Zi Chen so comfortable that he wanted to tremble. He had really broken through. Zi Chen, who had only broken through to rank 2 not long ago, had broken through once again and become a rank 3 hunter. There wasn't a single rank 3 hunter in the entire Sohui town. Furthermore, after breaking through, Zi Chen felt that his strength and speed had greatly increased. If Xiao Qi and the others were to know that Zi Chen had broken through at this time, their jaws would drop to the ground in shock. This was because Zi Chen's advancement speed was too fast, so fast that it was abnormal. After breaking through, Zi Chen did not go out, but continued to refine the sacred source liquid in his room. To him, this breakthrough was like a bucket that was filled with water being replaced with a bigger one. The water that was about to overflow could be refilled. Under such circumstances, Zi Chen's improvement was extremely fast. The entire Sohui town had limited resources and could not accommodate too many rank 2 hunters. If a rank 3 hunter wanted to break through, the resources here could not satisfy them. After waiting for half a month, Xiang Xian and the other 2 broke through one after another. At this point, the 4 of them had all become rank 2 hunters and possessed extremely powerful battle strength. After staying in Sohui town for a day, the group of 5 embarked on their journey to Ming Fei town. Old Fart Wei, who rarely went out, sent the 5 of them out of the town and waved his hand at them. "Don't die outside. If you can't do well, come back." After that, he said to Zi Chen, "I won't be long-winded about being careful. You should be very clear. If you have the chance to enter the town, send my regards to Master, and tell him that their arrangement back then was correct. If you really have the chance to go out, tell Junior Brother. After knowing that he is still alive, Senior Brother is very happy." Zi Chen nodded solemnly. Xiao Qi and the others looked at Zi Chen with some surprise. Everyone knew that once they came here, they would not be able to leave, but old Fart Wei actually said that there was a chance to go out. At this moment, they were extremely curious about Zi Chen's identity. Old Fart Wei did not send them off with his eyes, but turned and returned to the town. "After staying here for so many years, I really can't bear to leave so suddenly," Xiao Qi said with some regret. "So what? Let's hurry up and go. I still want to go to Ming Fei town to buy a powerful puppet," Tang Pu said impatiently. Now that he had a lot of Saint Source liquid on him, he was still brooding about not being able to exchange for a puppet that he wanted. Ming Fei town was quite a distance away from Sohui town and required a few days to reach. On the way, they would occasionally encounter pseudo-divine beasts, and under normal circumstances, even rank 1 hunters would have to form a team to reach Ming Fei town. The journey was peaceful, and everyone had some complaints about it. After breaking through to rank 2, they had not fought and tested their own battle strength. Chapter 2330. The path in the forest was often used as a walkway, and the 2 paths were flat and smooth enough for carts to pass through. At this moment, the group was sitting on a cart pulled by a puppet cow. When they saw the 2 pseudo-divine beasts blocking their way, they were startled. The 2 pseudo-divine beasts were lying in the middle of the road. When they saw the group, they immediately stood up and stared at them. The group looked at each other with strange expressions. The 2 pseudo-divine beasts were a black tiger and a leopard. They were clearly not of the same species, yet they were standing together. Roar! Roar! Two beastly roars sounded one after another, but they were only meant to intimidate. They did not show any hostility, nor did they reveal any killing intent. Could it be that we've encountered a beast master? Xiao Qi could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Beast masters were existences that could control pseudo-divine beasts. They were existences that were much more advanced than puppeteers. In this world, only poison masters could compare to them. Just like poison masters, beast masters were extremely rare existences that were very difficult to encounter. But if they weren't beast masters, it would be impossible to understand why the two pseudo-divine beasts were blocking their way. That's right. You're lucky to have met a great beast master. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave some money behind. Otherwise, you'll become food in the stomachs of these pseudo-divine beasts. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind the pseudo-divine beasts, but there was no one to be seen. Evidently, they had encountered a robber blocking their way, and a beast master robber at that. Xiao Qi and the other three revealed looks of disbelief on their faces. How could a beast master lack resources and rely on robbing to make a living? No need to be so shocked. This is just my side business. It's just for fun, not my main business. Everyone gets 100 drops of sacred source liquid. No bargaining. Take it out and leave. Otherwise die. The voice sounded from behind the two pseudo-divine beasts. It was not far from the group, but they could not see anyone. This scene was very strange. Zi Chun released his perception and saw everything in front of him clearly. There was indeed no one behind the two pseudo-divine beasts. The source of the sound was only a white diamond-shaped stone. A beast tamer who wanted to rob them, a beast tamer who had gone into hiding, actually asked for 100 drops of Saint Source fluid. Interesting. The corners of Zi Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. After all, they were still level 2 hunters. After a brief moment of shock, the four of them finally regained their senses. Those two pseudo-divine beasts were indeed very frightening, but their battle prowess was not strong. Through the perception of their auras, they were on par with the two-headed tiger they had encountered before. However, everyone's strength was no longer what it used to be. They didn't put these two pseudo-divine beasts in their eyes at all. Trying to rob them in such a way seemed laughable. Zi Chen withdrew his perception. The master of the pseudo-divine beast was not within the range of his perception. Interesting. He turned his head and looked around, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Xiao Qi looked at the two pseudo-divine beasts and said, "Friend, 100 drops of sacred origin, liquid per person, is too much. Where would we find so much sacred origin liquid? Not a single drop less." That voice was extremely tyrannical. "Then let us see what tricks you have up your sleeves." Xiao Jin gripped his long sword tightly and said with a cold expression. Clearly he wanted to compete. "Then die." Following this cold voice, the two pseudo-divine beasts roared and charged at the four of them. "Die!" Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin shouted at the same time and charged forward with their long swords in hand. Behind the two of them, Xiang Xian's eyes flashed. She first glanced at the black tiger, only to see that the black tiger's movements slowed down slightly and its speed slowed down. PFFF. The long sword instantly pierced through the black tiger's head. The black tiger's body froze in midair, and its vitality dissipated. Then, Xiang Xian glanced at the leopard. The leopard's body also froze. Xiao Jin quickly attacked and killed the leopard. These two pseudo-divine beasts, which weren't considered weak, were killed by the three of them just like that. Zi Chen stood at the back and quietly watched the two kill the pseudo-divine beasts. He didn't make a move, nor did he say anything. When Xiang Xian and Tang Pu saw the dead pseudo-divine beasts, they immediately went forward to check. The four of them stood beside the corpses at the same time. Swish! Swish! At this time, a black light flew out from Zi-Chen's sleeve. It flew around the ground and returned to his sleeve. The four of them couldn't see anything from the corpse of the pseudo-divine beasts. Then they went forward again and saw a strange white stone at the place where the pseudo-divine beasts were standing before. The sound came from here. Tang Po looked at the stone and asked in puzzlement, "This should be the sound transmission stone. The beast tamer is not here." Xiao Qi picked up the stone. Zi-Chen followed behind and slowly went forward. He released the perception that he had just retracted. He didn't go straight to the stone. Instead, he went in the direction where the flying knife had swept. There, he saw a small snake that died like weeds. It was only 7 inches long. It had fallen dead in the weeds with a fatal wound on its head. In another direction, there was a similar snake. Just when the four of them were sizing up the stone, they heard a cold voice from the stone. "I will remember you. We will meet again." This sentence was obviously wrong. It should be you, not just you. Because it was Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin who killed the 2 pseudo-divine beasts. Could it be that the other party felt that it was because of Xiang Xian's ability that he bore a grudge against her? But even without Xiang Xian's ability, they could still kill the 2 pseudo-divine beasts. After all, they were all second-rank hunters. Just when the four of them were guessing why the other party said such a wrong sentence, they saw Zi-Chen walk to their side. He took the sound transmission stone from Xiao Qi's hand and said indifferently, "If you are an enemy, the next time we meet, the one who will die will be you. Then let's wait and see." After that, the sound transmission stone became silent. Its luster gradually dimmed, and it became like an ordinary stone. Zi-Chen put the sound transmission stone into his bosom. He didn't throw it away. Xiao Qi asked doubtfully, "Zi-Chen, what's going on?" "Maybe it has something to do with the Hua-Te family," Zi-Chen said. "The Hua-Te family? Could it be that they have their eyes on us?" Xiao Qi's expression changed slightly. "It should be. Even if it isn't, this person isn't easy to deal with. You guys almost died just now." Seeing the 4 confused people, Zi-Chen pointed in 2 directions behind him and said, "Let's go there and take a look." When the 4 of them saw the dead snake, their expressions became very ugly. "This is a blue dark snake. That damned guy is so cruel." The blue dark snake was a poisonous snake. Its skin could change color, and the poison in its body was even more intense than the tricolored poison mist. Although it was only a first-rank pseudo-divine beast, its poison was enough to kill a second-rank hunter. Previously, the 4 of them hadn't sensed that there were 2 of these snakes hiding in the dark. If Zi-Chen hadn't acted in time, they would have been ambushed by the blue dark snakes while they were investigating the 2 pseudo-divine beast corpses. They would have died from the poison. They hadn't even reached Mingfei town, yet they had already encountered such a troublesome existence. This made their expressions even uglier. "Let's go," Zi-Chen said as he looked at the 4 people's ugly expressions. His expression didn't change much. Even if this matter wasn't arranged by the Hua-Te family, it definitely had something to do with them. He had already mentally prepared himself for this. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have demanded an exorbitant price of 100 drops of sacred source liquid each. If they weren't a shopkeeper who could take out so much sacred source liquid. "I'm not leaving. I'm going to eat them," Tang Po said angrily as he stared at the 2 dead pseudo-divine beasts. Thus, the 5 of them stopped for a short while and ate a sumptuous meal of roasted meat. It could be considered as a way to get over the shock of surviving a calamity. After eating and drinking their fill, they continued on their way. Mingfei town was obviously larger than Sohui town. The surrounding walls were also higher, and the town had 2 main gates, one east and one west. At this moment, there was a young man in luxurious robes walking towards the east gate with anger. His expression was very ugly. Lin Sai, why do you look so dejected? A voice suddenly sounded as another young man walked out of the town. I'm so pissed off. I had a bad day and lost 2 green dark serpents, Lindsay said with dissatisfaction. Oh, what happened? A guy in black robes discovered my green dark serpents and used some unknown method to kill them. If I'm not wrong, that guy should be your target, Lindsay said somewhat angrily. He's already here? Since that's the case, you don't have to worry about this. I'll handle it. A cold glint flashed across the young man's eyes. Although we didn't fight head-on, I can see that guy's senses are very sharp. You need to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Don't worry. It's easy for a level 3 to kill a level 2. Walked out of the town while Lindsay walked towards the center of the town. The two parted ways. A few hundred meters away from the town, 2 middle-aged men were watching the 2 young men talk. One of the middle-aged men said, clearly intended to use Lindsay to scout the situation. What do you think of this? He's already joined us. His potential isn't bad. Plus, Lindsay agreed to this himself. As long as it doesn't affect our interests, we'll let it go. Looking at Lindsay's expression, he obviously suffered a small loss. What if fights that guy and can't beat him? Lindsay isn't stupid. He's just going for fun. It's just a level 2 hunter. Should be able to take care of it. If he can't even take care of a level 2 hunter and gets killed instead, then so be it. I'm sure even the Hort family won't say anything after this. That's good. Looks like we'll be able to see a big battle. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.